What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'll take a huge. Yeah, I'll take a huge. Yes, please. You serious? You rock, dude. Okay, I'm gonna leave the game now. You added me, right? JERLAT78. What's your Roblox name? Is that you? I do have to. What's your Roblox name? Just like it's there? What's your name? Oh, it's JER. That right there. Alright, you just want to join me? Or you could just mail it to me too, but this is cool. We gonna play together sometime? I wanna see your pets. I thought you said a huge for $1 million. It's all good. Yeah, huge for $1 million sounded too good anyways. That's funny. Good try though. What's up? How's it going? All my huges are on my alt right now. I have 9, I think. And I just bought a freaking chess mimic book for 70 million earlier, but it's already dropping. It's ridiculous. I should have just kept buying huges. I might get a couple from my other guy and try and flip them now, so I make some money. It's all about getting the right huges. I like the dragons, the chameleon, the luckies. Anything with a low amount and low price. Like if there's under 10,000 and you can get it, and you can afford it, get one of those. All these are good pets for flipping. I'll see if I can sell one and put them up on the broker. Trying to think if I could make any money off that. I almost could flip those. Got so many of them. My kid tried to scam me for a huge a minute ago, making me leave my server and stuff and add him. And I get there and he tries to give me a freaking exclusive for 1 million. Talking about that I want a $1 million huge emoji cat. What's up? What's up? Thanks for following if you're watching. You want some free pets? Add me on Roblox and then join my game. I can give you some, like 1,000 goats or something. I don't have many goats right now. I got some other stuff though I can give you. Add me on Roblox. I want to see if you added me. That's not you, is it? garbage.
sold-out Kevin Hart show. He already had his deals when he got here.
At least one of these four people is straight up lying to their audience. And I'm about to tell you which one it is. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey, and I use my degree in sociology and psychology, my certifications in criminal interrogation and body language analysis, and over 10 years experience as an award-winning mentalist to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stages and television shows all over the world. This week, we are covering one of the most requested topics in the history of the channel. So just last week, actor and comedian Cat Williams did an interview on the Club Shay Shay YouTube channel, and it instantly went viral. Within days, it had tens of millions of views, and everyone on the internet was talking about it. The reason the interview got that much attention is because Cat made some really shocking claims about some of the top celebrities in the world, including Kevin Hart, Steve Harvey, Cedric the Entertainer, and many, many more. Shortly after the interview aired, some of the individuals that he called out publicly responded to some of the things he said. And in this video, we're looking at all of it. We're looking at body language, facial expressions, word choice of all the players involved to figure out what's going on and why I personally believe that one of these four individuals is flat out being deceptive to their audience. Now, this video is going to be a little bit different from my other analysis videos because usually we focus a lot on body language. And although there's some good body language here, and we're going to talk about it, a lot of the important stuff here is the word choice. A lot of these people are comedians. They use their words very effectively, and I think we're getting a lot of hints in the way they're choosing to communicate certain messages. The other thing is, besides my work as a behavioral analyst, I'll be bringing a lot of my experience as a live performer into this analysis, because there's a lot of stuff he's talking about that involves the dynamic between live stage performers, and I've been a touring performer for the past 15 years of my life. I have a lot of friends who have worked with some of the individuals he's talking about, and I myself have shared a stage with Steve Harvey, and I've seen him work a crowd, and I'll be bringing all that experience into some of the stuff that we're talking about here. That being said, let's dive right in.
He understands the method that goes into making cognac.
Right. Well, as a comedian, you get free drinks at the club. So all comedians either turn out to be connoisseurs like myself,
right,
or straight up and down alcoholics like 60% of Hollywood. And the reason I had to come is because you've made a safe place for the truth to be told.
Okay, so before we get to the controversial clips and see what's what, I wanted to start with a couple of clips from the beginning of the interview where he's getting comfortable with Shannon, the host. And immediately, we're seeing Cat's capacity with his words and with his audience. Let's really quickly start with some body language. You'll notice right in the beginning, when he's talking about the whiskey, we see the right hand rubbing his right knee. Now, this is something we call adapters, pacifiers, or self-soothing gestures. Anytime you see someone doing something that looks like a massage-type gesture, this is something that the research has found we do in moments of stress to calm ourselves down. Now, in the beginning of the interview, he's doing it a little bit with the knee like this. We see him adjusting the hat. But as the interview progresses, these pacifiers spike like crazy. By the end of the interview, it's constant. Both hands are rubbing on the legs. He's constantly adjusting the hat. It doesn't seem like any specific topic makes this start, and therefore we can't pay too much attention to it because at some point it just becomes constant. It becomes part of his baseline. So we can kind of look at why the whole interview may have become stressful for him as a whole, but we can't look at specific things because it's happening all the time. But let's talk about his very effective use of language. So right in the beginning, Shannon says that Cat really knows his cognac. And Cat immediately responds that because he's a comedian who's performed in bars, you either become a connoisseur or an alcoholic like 60% of Hollywood. What he's doing there is in this quick little funny moment, he's establishing two things early on in the interview. The first one is that he has a lot of experience as a comic, because he's saying that he's a cognac connoisseur not because he studied cognac, but because he spent so much time in venues where there are bars that he inevitably became a connoisseur. This is going to be a constant theme in this interview. He's very proud of the fact that he put in the grind, he put in the work, and he never took the easy way out, and he's already starting right in the beginning to plant that seed. The second thing he's establishing very early on is a mission statement. He is saying that he is here to out some of what's going on in Hollywood, because he separates himself from the 60% of Hollywood that just become alcoholics. And we even see this throwaway gesture with his hand as he's saying that. They're separate from me. Hollywood, these alcoholics, they're separate from me. But one of the more powerful things he does psychologically is right at the end of those clips when he says, the reason I'm here is that you've created a safe space for the truth to be told. So this has a lot of layers. First, once again, it's a mission statement. He's saying, I'm here to tell the truth. But second, this is something that in psychology we call labeling or attribution. And there's a lot of research on this. Basically what it means is, if you tell someone that they've already done something, they behave more consistently with that attribution or label. So in this case, he's not saying, I'm here to tell the truth regardless of anything. He's saying, you've created a space of truth-telling. That's what you did. So now the host goes, yeah, I've done that. I've made this a truth-telling space, therefore please go ahead and tell the truth. That's what I've done. So right in the beginning of the interview, we have a mission statement, we have him establishing his experience as a performer, we have him getting the host on his side and opening up the floor to reveal some truths. So now we're going to dive right into some of the things that he said about these celebrities that made headlines, starting with Cedric the Entertainer.
I had Cedric on here, and I asked him about the joke stealing, and he said the timeline doesn't add up.
Correct.
To that point, you say.
Right. So he thought that I was just a no-name comedian and that he could take this joke and nobody would know.
Right.
The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice.
Right.
Mark Curry had already helped me work on this joke because I thought it was good because I was getting a standing ovation on it. So this is not just a random joke. This is my very best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke.
Okay.
1998, I'm doing this joke. It's on Comic View. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience. He comes backstage. He tells me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke. 2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke on the Kings of Comedy. And he's doing it verbatim. He's just changed my car into a spaceship.
Okay, before we talk about any of the behaviors, let's talk about what this joke is, just so everyone's on the same page. So, in 1998, on BET's Comic View, Cat did a joke where he was talking about being in his car, and he sat back on stage in his chair, and he started doing the mannerisms to some music, with the arm up like this, sitting back, bouncing along to the music. Then, in the year 2000, Cedric the Entertainer was doing a bit about space shuttles, and he talked about how he would sit in a space shuttle to drive it. And he did almost the exact same mannerisms. Brought a chair, sat on it, leaned back, arm up, bouncing around to the music. Now, I don't want to spend too much time talking about the ethics of performance and stealing material, but in cases where it's reasonable that two people would have thought of the same thing, it's not considered theft. But if what he's saying here is true, that he was doing it, that Cedric came to his show, saw him, complimented him on that bit, and now all of a sudden he's doing it on TV, that's a completely different thing. So with that said, let's look at his behaviors when he's telling that story. On the channel, we constantly say that there's no way to look at behavior and know if someone is being deceptive for sure. We have to see clusters of behavior, deceptive behaviors that happen at the same time. And when we see those clusters, it raises the probability of deception, but never so. If we look at categories and we look really hard for clusters, several behaviors that will indicate that something's going on here, here's what we see. We see some face touching and mouth blocking. So his hand comes up like this and touches his face. And that's pretty much it. There is pretty much nothing else going on in that segment that makes me go, I've got to ask some questions here. Something's not adding up. And this is such a great example as to why we need clusters. Because sometimes a face touch is just a face touch. Not to mention, throughout this interview, he's touching his face on numerous occasions. If I saw a bunch of other stuff happening in this moment that weren't happening before, like if he started retreating into himself, if he started, blinking a little more or eye blocking, he started hesitating a lot more, searching for his words, I would say, okay, maybe something's going on. But we have someone here who's very confidently telling a story. If you look at his gestures, the illustrators and the facial expressions line up exactly with what he's saying. which is usually a good indication that there's one thought coming out and his gestures and his words are expressing that thought. This doesn't seem speculative. It seems pretty factual in this head, because if he was going to make this up, he would say, Cedric must have seen you. You don't know where he saw you. And he's saying where he came and saw him. That's a little more detail. If that didn't happen, it would be easy to deny that. Another thing I want to mention is he credits Mark for helping him write the joke. I showed it here in the clips, but he goes on to say how hard Mark helped him with this, which is really great that he credits someone who helped him write this joke. He's giving us the history of the joke, and when he says that it's my closing joke, we see a hand to chest. We even hear it on the mic as he hits his necklace. And hand to chest is a very researched gesture, and the researchers found that when we see someone with their hand to their chest, we tend to perceive that as honest, but not only that, but we tend to speak more truthfully when we do put our hand to our chest. In other words, there's a big connection between this gesture and honesty. Now, there are no absolutes. It doesn't mean every single time we see someone with their hand to their chest, they must be telling the truth, but there is a correlation between the two. So when I saw this, I was rather convinced by his passion, his emotion, the fact that nothing seemed to trigger too many red flags for me, but then I saw a denial from Cedric the Entertainer. Now, this wasn't recent. It turns out that Kat has publicly accused Cedric of stealing the spit before, and 2 years ago, Cedric made a video denying it. I want you to look at that video and pay very close attention to what Cedric the Entertainer is saying.
What up, y'all? What's up? Just saying, I'm gonna address this Cat Williams thing one time, man. I have no idea what this brother is talking about. That joke is over 30 years old, close to 30-something years old. I did the Kings of Comedy in 1999. Probably had been doing that joke 6-7 years before that. I don't even know if Cat was doing comedy then. So, you know, again, he's a talented brother. I have no idea what he's talking about. I've never seen Cat do a space shuttle joke. So, you know, that may be something that he believes is true. I've written a lot of jokes. I've had a lot of comedians steal my jokes as well. So I understand if you feel, you know, slighted by that, but that's my joke. That's my joke, dog. Drive a space shuttle to the moon, cigarette, cutie pie rocking in the background, parallel parking the space shuttle. It's my joke, dog. So that's what I believe it to be. So that's all I can say about that, man.
Okay, so I love this. We have a straight up accusation and a straight up denial, and both these things can't be true. So if you want to play along, pause the video, head down to the comments, and let me know, what do you believe? Which of these two do you believe, and why? Okay, I'm about to make, I think, one of the most confident statements as to whether someone is being truthful or deceptive in the history of the channel.
Let me help you with that. I'm good, man. Thanks. Are you sure?
Everyone can use a little help. Volkswagen Tiguan with Front Assist. Visit your local Volkswagen dealer for 1.9% APR financing for 48 months on a new 2024 Taos or Tiguan.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these 3 lies, and it doesn't matter what you do. Getting to 720 and above will be a long, hard struggle, if you ever get there at all. In fact, if you're one of the 153 million Americans with a credit score below 720, it's probably because you've unknowingly fallen for one or more of these 3 deadly lies that the big credit companies want you to believe. Not only are these lies flat out wrong, and not only do they make it nearly impossible to get a great credit score, but in many cases, fall for them, and they'll send your scores spiraling in the wrong direction. Because during 5 long years working inside the credit industry, I saw countless Americans get taken advantage of by the billion-dollar banks and credit card companies, which is why right now, I'm going to expose these 3 dangerous lies, tell you exactly what to do instead, and finally show you the proven, little-known, and 100% legal trick I discovered when working in the credit industry. This trick can raise your scores practically on command, and it's so easy and convenient. You can start using it as soon as today, from the comfort of your own home, to boost your credit scores in as little as 5 minutes. It doesn't even matter if your score is stuck in the 500s or below right now. This trick takes advantage of a little-known loophole written directly into the consumer credit laws, so it's legally guaranteed to work for you. Believe me when I say, implement this 5-minute trick, and you'll find yourself soaring right through this secret loophole in the credit system, where you can watch in amazement as your scores go to the moon in as little as days. So please, stop whatever you're doing and go watch the special video I put together for you at the link you see on your screen right now. See, my name is Jay Hannon, and after years of working inside the credit industry, I got so fed up of seeing good people get taken advantage of by this twisted system, I decided enough was enough, and I quit. Since then, I've been blessed to help more than 833,000 people learn how to improve their scores using this simple 5-minute credit score trick each day. So if you're ready to join the 833,000 people who have discovered these 3 major credit score lies and turn their financial lives around using the same 5-minute credit score trick you're about to discover, I'd like to show you exactly how you can use this simple trick too. Just click the link you see on your screen. It'll take you to a special video I created revealing everything about these awful lies and how you can use this shockingly simple trick to raise your credit scores faster than you ever thought possible. This trick practically forces banks and lenders to give you all the credit cards, loans, and lines of credit you need to buy the things you want for yourself and your family at interest rates normally reserved for the wealthy 1%. No matter how low your credit scores are right now, all you have to do is click the link and go watch the video right now. When I put it online, something amazing started to happen. Aside from being watched by more than 2.5 million people so far, my inbox started overflowing with messages from some truly amazing people all across the country, telling me how, just by watching the video you're about to see and taking the steps
history of the channel. Because usually I'm very cautious. Because I know that behavior can never tell us with certainty if someone's being deceptive, I usually say, okay, here's what this indicates, but I can't be certain. But for me, personally, in this case, I firmly believe that Cedric the Entertainer is being deceptive. And it has a little bit to do with behavior, but there's one thing about that video that when I talked about with my entertainer friends, they were like, yeah, no, that's pretty undeniable. Let's talk about what these reasons are. First and foremost, notice the emphasis he puts on space shuttles. At the end he says, that's my joke, driving the space shuttle, parking the space shuttle. And towards the beginning he goes, I've never seen Kat do a space shuttle joke. That's because Kat never did a space shuttle joke. Kat did a car joke with those exact same mannerisms. So as long as Cedric can say, no, that's my space shuttle joke, Kat's never done a space shuttle joke, well, he's being truthful. It's not a space shuttle joke. Then there's a really interesting choice of words. He says, I've had a lot of comedians steal my jokes as well.
I've had a lot of comedians steal my jokes as well.
And as well is a really interesting choice because if you say as well, it means it's happening there and it's happening here as well. It's happening here too, also. Now, I will play devil's advocate a little bit here because he says, I've written a lot of jokes. I've had a lot of comedians steal my jokes as well. So it could just be an unfortunate sentence structure where he means as well, like in addition to having written a lot of jokes, right? So if I go like, I went to the grocery store today, I went to the movies as well. So it's like this and also that. However, in the way that it's said, it really sounds like he's saying, you had jokes stolen, and I've had jokes stolen as well. There's also this slight possibility that he means like, I get how you feel. You feel I stole your joke, and I know how that feels because that's happened to me as well. But let's just put this whole thing in a maybe pile, because it's a really unfortunate choice of words, but if we stay completely objective and try to not jump to conclusions, it can have these other meanings that would be a possible defense as to why he said as well, without 100% certainty that he's lying. But the third thing I noticed here, I believe, is by far the most compelling, and I haven't seen anyone else talk about it. It's possible that somebody has. A performer would notice this, but I haven't seen anyone talk about it. Now, let me see if I can get you guys there without me saying it to you. Imagine you're a performer, a seasoned performer, and you have this bit that you've worked on for years. It's your closer. You worked on it really, really hard, and it's very unique. Then, this younger performer goes on TV and does that bit, does your bit, almost the exact same way. Not only that, years later, this kid goes on TV or on platforms and starts saying that you stole that bit from him. You film a video. What do you say in that video? What's the number one thing that you're thinking in your head? I can promise you that almost any performer out there would very firmly think that this younger comedian stole that bit from them. If this happened to me, I promise you, I'd make a video and I'd go, not only did I not see you do that, you stole that bit from me, and now you have the audacity to come out and say that I stole it from you? I was doing that bit 7 years ago. I did it at this venue, that venue, talked to this booker, talked to that comedian. They all saw me do this. Cedric is never denying at any point that the bit looks exactly the same. Now, if Kat is lying about Cedric having gone to see him and complimented him on that bit, if that's a lie, why isn't Cedric convinced that Kat stole the bit from him? If he's been doing it for that long, and he knows it's unique, and he knows it's the same, the only logical conclusion is that Kat must have stolen it from him. But at no point is he going on the offense. He's only playing defense here. And at the end, he even says, that's what I believe it to be. There is no what you believe it to be. There's what happened. There's what is. What do you mean believe it to be? If you know for a fact that you wrote that bit and you were doing it years before him, then you should have receipts. Someone who saw you do it somewhere, who could testify that you used those exact mannerisms in that joke. So let me tell you, not as a behavioral analyst, but as a performer, let me tell you exactly what I think happened. I think Cedric did in fact have a joke about space shuttles. I think he went to see Kat perform. He saw that sequence with the car like this, and he said, oh, that would work really well in my space shuttle joke. So he took that component of it and worked it into an existing space shuttle joke. So now he can confidently deny never having seen Kat do a space shuttle joke, because he didn't. He could say that the space shuttle joke was his idea, because it was, but he's never actually denying taking those mannerisms from the car joke and fitting them into a space shuttle joke. And more importantly, at no point is he accusing Kat of having stolen that sequence from him. Okay, now we're going to move on and look at some stuff he said about the other celebrities and a couple of other statements he made that got quite a bit of attention. But before we do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on for more behavioral analysis and practical psychology content.
I'm almost 100 years old right now, but if we go outside right now, I can run a 4.340. Or sub. I can do a 4.16 if I'm
there's Jimmy John's across the street. We can order a sub.
But,
you've been on the submarine. Is that what you sub?
So, I'm reading in multiple languages. Like
How old are you?
I'm probably reading 3,000 books a year from the time that I'm 8 years old to the time that I'm 12.
Okay, so those statements and a few more like them got a lot of attention on social media because here he is claiming that he can run 40 yards in 4.3 seconds or less. And then he goes off to say that he read 3,000 books a year between the ages of 8 and 12. So a lot of people are asking, is this truthful? Is he telling the truth?
I went to bed with a younger man because of my husband's ED. This simple mix of ingredients is capable of making his members stay hard for longer and up to 3 inches bigger. And you know what's better? This works regardless of your age, medical condition, or the severity of the problem. In fact, according to the testimonials we've received from men like you, it works even better if you're over 40 years old. It only takes a few minutes to do, and any man can do it without even leaving home or consulting a specialist. I myself wish that my husband, Michael, had discovered this years ago, because then we wouldn't have gone through all the discussions and embarrassing moments in bed. Michael suffered in silence with this problem for years, having a lot of difficulty in staying erect and having a very small member. Now we don't go through that anymore. I feel like the most fulfilled wife in the world. All this thanks to a simple mix of ingredients that he does once a day, making his tool big and so hard that I spend the whole day remembering about our nights of love. I feel like a very desired and fulfilled woman in bed, if you know what I mean. All thanks to this simple mix of ingredients that he does once a day, which makes his instrument large and so hard that I drool for him to take me. And look, I'll tell you, this trick is so discreet that not even I found out he was doing it for months, until he revealed it to me. Well, my husband Michael discovered this mix by watching an online video. And if you want to know more, I'll be leaving the video link right here for you to access. Just click on the Watch Now blue button and watch. It's 100% free and online. It will only take a few minutes of your time. So, don't waste time and check it out now. Believe me, your partner will love it.
Therapy, for me, came at a time that was really pivotal. Becoming a new father, I needed more support. I have
So, a lot of people are asking, is this truthful? Is he telling the truth? Let me start off by saying that these little facts, these little fun facts that people throw out like this, are the ones where it's the hardest to use behavior to determine the probability of deception, because it's almost like a white lie. There's no real stress about it. We're not asking questions. They're not elaborating to where we have a chance to see a lot of different things. It's just these little things that are thrown out. On top of that, if the person has convinced themselves of these things, then technically it's not going to present as a lie if they believe it. That said, Cat Williams does have a habit of speaking with hyperbole. He exaggerates things, and he thinks highly of himself, and he's often saying things that are very grandiose. I don't think we need to look at these little statements that he's throwing out there with the same amount of weight and seriousness as these other heavy accusations that he's putting forward. In this case, he's just saying these little things. In fact, he starts the sentence by saying, I'm almost 100 years old right now. Nobody's looking at that and going, wait a second, is that truthful? Is he actually 100 years old? No, it's exaggerated. It's hyperbole. And it's the same with the books. He says I read probably 3,000 books a year between the ages of 8 and 12. Probably. This isn't a statement of fact. This isn't a scientific number. He's saying probably. In fact, look at his body language. As he's saying between the time that I'm 8 years old and the time that I'm 12, just before he says 12, we see a mouth shrug as his lips go up like this, as he looks off into the distance with a little bit of a head shake like this.
To the time that I'm 12.
And this is something we often do. It's a nonverbal of saying, I don't know, so like between the ages of 8 and, 12. That's exactly what that is. So even him, in his head, it's unclear. He's estimating. It's more or less a range. And yes, it's a range that's very much in his favor. The 40-yard dash, on the other hand, is a little different because it's not a range. It doesn't seem like he's trying to estimate or trying to remember. He's throwing out specific numbers. He says a 4.3, 40, or even sub, a 4.16. These are specific numbers. So I'm led to believe that maybe it's possible that at some point he actually was able to hit one of those numbers. I'm not really certain, but that seems a little more confident and specific than the books. However, look at the way Shannon takes it. When he says it could even be sub, it could be 4.16, Shannon goes, oh, sub, there's a Jimmy John's across the street. You want to grab a sub? Or, oh, you meant a submarine. So even Shannon is kind of not taking this part very seriously, and he's kind of joking with it. Now, there is a clip online of what seems to be him running the 40-yard dash, but I don't know how legitimate it is. A lot of channels are treating it like it's legit, but I'm not seeing context. I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing a blur of a man running, and that's meant to be evidence that he can do it. So I'll leave a link in the description to that if you want to go check it out and see if you feel it's legit. If it is, super impressive. But for me, the bottom line is, do I think that as a statement of fact, he read 3,000 books a year from the age of 8 to 12? I don't. That's a lot of books. That's 8 to 9 books a day. That's a lot. But I think he read a lot of books in those ages. I just think he's being really generous towards himself in a moment where it shouldn't be taken that seriously.
The same Steve that went to go watch Mark Curry do his whole sitcom and then stole everything Mark Curry had. I didn't want to be a movie star. No, you couldn't be a movie star. There are 30,000 new scripts in Hollywood every year. Not one of them asks for a country bumpkin black dude that can't talk good over KB and look like Mr. Potato Head. There ain't none. You would have to have range.
I don't know, Cat. We might not let you drink anymore. Where we ain't even got.
I'm not fueled by alcohol. I've had a sip. This is like Steve Harvey telling people he used to be homeless. That's my story. That's not his story. Steve Harvey was never homeless. When Mark Curry was touring with him 25 years ago, he was making $3,000 a show in cash.
Okay, now we're on the subject of Steve Harvey, and one of the things you'll notice is that those pacifiers are starting to increase. So it's that left hand now rubbing the left knee a little bit more frequently. As the interview progresses, it's going to get a lot more with both hands, very consistently. We also notice that Shannon is noticing that this is getting a little negative. He even says, we're going to maybe have to get you to stop drinking. And for a second, let's think about Shannon's position here as a host, right? On the one hand, he wants this information. He wants the drama because this is going to do good for his numbers. But on the other hand, he has to be careful not for his show to be too insulting to some of these people, because I'm sure he wants to have these people back on the show. Steve Harvey, Kevin Hart. Shannon himself doesn't want to make enemies in the industry just because Kat came on his show and started criticizing a whole lot of people. So he's in a very tough spot. We're going to see that throughout the interview on numerous occasions.
What do you expect? The guy married a like, what?
Oh, Lord.
Like, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, married her because she was one. Not he didn't know. He courted that. That's what he wanted, to base his family
she
on.
got a good heart, though. I know what you're going to say. Don't you say it, Cat.
Now, that said, once again, Cat had that same fire, that same passion when he was accusing Steve Harvey here. He didn't have to overthink about how he's delivering this. He was very certain about the facts. And the illustrators were on point, the facial expressions were on point. And once again, besides that pacifier, which we already talked about as part of the baseline, there really isn't much I could point to say, okay, there's a cluster there, something's going on. So let's look at what he's talking about. What is this joke that Steve Harvey stole from Mark Curry?
Halloween was a trip. Halloween, we couldn't afford no Halloween costumes. Hey, kids, please. Mama sent us down to the liquor store and put boxes on us. We didn't know what we were. I don't know what we are. I don't know. She didn't tell us. I think we UPS, I guess. I don't know.
You've heard me say that every Halloween I had the same outfit on. Every year. I just had a brown box. I wasn't nothing sad. I just not asked my father, could I have a new outfit? And he said, no, just wear the same one. It was just a brown box. And he just told me to tell everybody I was the UPS man.
Okay, first and foremost, I have to put this out there. Steve Harvey's version of that joke doesn't even make any sense. He says that he put a box on and his dad said, tell people you're the UPS man. Why would the UPS man be in a box? The UPS man carries boxes. In Mark Curry's version, he says, I think we're UPS, I guess, I don't know, which suggests that him in his box and his siblings in their boxes collectively are a UPS delivery. Like they are the packages. That's hilarious. But in Steve's version, you know, I just tell them you're the UPS man. That makes no sense as a joke. Anyway, sorry about that. It just irritated me a little. But at the very least, it indicates who put more thought into this joke. And in interviews, Mark Curry has said that this was a true story. This actually happened. When he was younger, his mom told him to get in a box and that him and his siblings could be UPS. This was real. Now, it's possible that Steve's father had the same idea, but that specific UPS reference, especially because it doesn't make sense the way Steve delivered it, for me, it was a red flag. Something's going on. So a few days ago, after the interview came out, Steve released a clip on his social media of him talking to the Family Feud crowd where he's talking about haters and not addressing haters.
All my haters, I ain't got to say nothing to them. They got TV. They can cut their TV on 7 days a week. Oh, man, I don't even worry about it. You know, I've learned how to handle haters, man. And the only reason you have haters is because you're effective.
And it goes on like that for 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes of why haters behave the way they behave and what it means for a hater to be doing this and how you should completely ignore them and how they're on his social media, like what are you doing there? I don't even pay attention to them for 2 minutes. And there's an irony to that because by talking about 2 minutes how you don't address your haters, you're addressing your haters. But nowhere in there is there a denial. You could simply have taken a quarter of the time you took talking about haters to say, here's the accusation that's been put in front of me, here's why it's false. But that never happens. He completely dodges the subject. So my thought is this, he's right, you don't have to address haters, you don't have to address people's opinions of you, but you do have to address serious accusations, especially when it's something that's so important in the comedy world, especially for someone who preaches honesty, who preaches living a life of virtue. It's very strange that he's being accused of deception, he's being accused of stealing something, and that the only way he addresses it is to say, I don't have to address the haters. I think this is something that you might have to address. So yeah, when it comes to stealing the joke, I think I would have, if it was just about Halloween and putting on a box, I would have been okay with it. But something about that UPS statement, and the fact that he's just never denying this, or anyone denying it for him, to me it just feels a little odd. That said, I think Kat committed a faux pas when he made it personal. So he went beyond, he steals jokes, which is fine. If that's what's happening, you talk about that. You expose that. And then he's talking about the fact that he thinks Steve lacks talent. That's okay too. But when he's making it personal about his physicality, I think he's crossing the line. And he's giving Steve the right to say, I don't have to address haters. Because now this is hate. He talked about my physicality, that's hate. And he kind of allows him to switch the topic and kind of misdirect and talk about the hate as opposed to the accusation. There is another thing in what Kat said about Steve that I think he is just expressing opinion and he doesn't know for a fact. When he says that Steve was never homeless, that's my story, and he took that story. So a couple of things. First, two people can be homeless. You know, just because Kat was homeless, that's not a counter to Steve being homeless. It's possible that this happened to two different people. The other thing is, he says 25 years ago, Steve was touring and making $3,000 a night. But 25 years ago, Steve was in his young 40s. That's not the period of time where he claims that he used to live in his car. So I have personal experience here. When I performed at the Apollo, Steve Harvey at the beginning of the evening got on stage and told the audience his story. And he told them how the Apollo means a lot to him because in his youth, he was living out of his car and he drove to New York City because he booked a gig at the Apollo, and that's when things started to turn around for him. He certainly wasn't talking about the time where he was in his 40s. But the bottom line is, this segment where Kat is talking about Steve never having been homeless, I find a little less compelling than the other stuff where he brought receipts. Cedric came to see me. Steve and Mark worked together. We have evidence of these clips being super similar, whereas in this case, it seems a little more speculative. If someone were to come out with receipts and say, no, here's where Steve was living in those years, that would be very compelling, but this seems a little bit more theoretic.
In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to L.A. and in his first year in L.A. he had his own sitcom on network television and had his own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading? No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person. What do you think a plant is?
Okay, so there he is talking about Kevin Hart, and this one's a little bit different because he's not accusing him of stealing material. He's just saying that the guy came out of nowhere. He didn't pay his dues, he didn't sell out venues, he didn't have lineups or standing ovations. He appeared out of nowhere in Hollywood, and he's getting all these big roles. This one to me felt a little more personal. It felt because there isn't an accusation there of something concrete, of like, you stole this. It's more like, where did this guy come from and why is he so famous? So as I kept listening, at some point we get a clue as to what's going on.
Old Spice styling cream. Low hold, low shine. So good.
Clue as to what's going on.
For a 5-year period, every single movie that Kevin Hart did was a movie that had been on my desk. That all I had said was, just, can we take some of this step and fetch it shit out? And then I can do it. Like, it don't need to be overtly homosexual, because I'm not homosexual, right? It doesn't need that to be funny, right? And me saying that and them going, oh yeah, no problem, and then going to give it to this other guy and having him do it just like it was.
So that kind of answered my questions. There's a little bit of rivalry there to where a lot of the roles that were offered to him that he tried to change or said, I don't feel that I need to do it this way for it to be funny, went to Kevin Hart, who said, yeah, I'll do it that way, no problem. Took those opportunities, and so Kevin ended up being in movies that Kat had been considered for. Now, before we elaborate on the validity of what he's saying about Kevin Hart and what is going on between the two of them, let's look at Kevin Hart's responses. So Kevin is on a show called NBA Unplugged, where the basketball game is going on, and him and his buddies are just commenting, and they brought this up. After the interview, they said some stuff about it. Here it is.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck getting me to talk about that horse. I got 2 words for the world: fact check it. That's what I say. Fact check everything, Andre.
3-9. You figured out how to play basketball from reading all the books.
3,000 of them. 3,000 a year.
And that's 2 a day. At 6 years old.
That's 2 a day.
Who knew? He was so voracious.
At the age 7, he got accepted to I think it was Delaware University.
Yeah.
Never made public news.
No.
The biggest secret in the world.
Hey.
Smartest kid to ever do it. They kept it a secret.
So he starts off by saying, good luck getting me to talk about that. Like, I'm not going to address this at all. But then he does address it numerous times. But does he address the accusations against him? Does he address the accusations against other people? No. He addresses the things that were those exaggerations that Kat threw out there. Those things that are really hard to believe. Those things that none of us would really believe that anybody read 3,000 books a year between the ages of 8 and 12. He picks apart the credibility of the source instead of addressing the direct accusations against him. And this is a classic technique. And it's one of the reasons I think that if Kat was going to be here and speak the truth, like he said in the beginning, he said to Shannon, you've created a space here where people come and could speak truth. I feel like he should have been a little more careful with those exaggerations, because it's very easy for someone, for one of his critics, to look at the audience and go, do you really think that this guy read 3,000 books a year? Do you really think that some of these claims he's making that are really hard to believe, do you think that these are really things that happened? And now the person listening goes, oh yeah, I guess that may not be true, and now everything starts to fall apart. So the things where he is being truthful start to lose a little bit of weight. But in this case, it seems a little overt that Kevin Hart is going, I'm not going to address that, but I'm not going to address the things about me, just the things that can put into question Kat's credibility. And therefore, it seems to add up that what Kat is saying might have some truth to it. Because Kat was part of the comedy circuit. If Kevin was crushing audiences out there, Kat would have known that. So the point he's making is, none of us knew him in the industry. All of a sudden, bam, here he is. And Kevin isn't really denying that. However, I'm going to give an opinion here. This isn't objective analysis. This is me giving my opinion, and you may or may not agree, and I look forward to discussing it in the comments with you. But as opposed to the accusations on Cedric and Steve, which is you stole material and that's unacceptable, to me it seems like this accusation on Kevin Hart is a little unnecessary. Because what is the real message? It's that Kevin didn't pay his dues, Kevin didn't sell out stadiums, and he's an industry plant. Now, if we have an industry plant in government or in the military, that's one thing. But in the world of comedy, in the world of Hollywood, what does that mean? All that means is that someone with money saw Kevin Hart and decided to roll the dice on him. And it paid off. Because he may not have had sold out stadiums then, but he does now. And money speaks. He's selling out stadiums now. I have friends who have gone to his shows, standing ovations, full houses. You may not think he's as funny as Cat Williams, and maybe Cat Williams is a better stand-up comedian, but it's working. The guy is in movies grossing hundreds of millions of dollars. He might be an industry plant, but people are paying a lot of money to go see his movies and his shows. Believe me, the moment that stops, Hollywood will spit him out the same way they brought him up from nothing. So if the criticism is that Kevin is claiming that he was this big comic who paid his dues and sold out stadiums, and that's how he came to Hollywood, I could see how that would be irritating to Kat. And he could say that's not true. But to say that, he came up out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's doing all these movies, and no one had ever heard about him, to me, there's a part of me going, okay, so in every branch of entertainment, there are people out there who are grinding, who are very talented, and don't always get the recognition they deserve. And there are people who make the right connection, meet the right person, and rise really quickly. And what they're doing to get there, that's their business. As long as it's not illegal, that's their business. Because Kat said it himself. He wasn't willing to do the roles the way they were written. He wanted to have discussions, whereas Kevin was going, yeah, no, I'll do it the way it's written. So maybe it simply comes down to that. He was easier to work with. So again, we could disagree on this, but for me, after watching this interview, there was a part of me going, shame on you, Cedric. Shame on you, Steve. But there's nothing for me to look at Kevin and go, shame on you. It just seems to me like, yeah, he took a shortcut. So, okay, so now all is said and done, this interview comes out. There's a couple of responses here and there from some of the people he talked about. But how do we know overall if what he said was mostly true or not? Well, I think there's one thing that's really, really telling, and here it is. At the time that I'm filming this video, it was released 6 days ago. It is now at 40 million views. In that time, obviously, people watched it and went and did their research to see, okay, what's true, what's not true. Other celebrities came out and talked about it. The internet is flooded with reactions to this video. And within these reactions, we could find a lot of evidence for a lot of the things that he said. We find that comparison between him and Cedric. We find that comparison between Mark Curry and Steve Harvey. We find a lot of receipts that confirm a lot of the things he's saying. But from my search, and I searched for quite some time, I haven't seen a single person provide a shred of evidence to counter any of what he said. And that's huge, because we're talking about a lot of people here that have a lot of power and influence, and that a lot of people of power and influence don't want to see them go down. So even if it's not the artists themselves addressing it, someone out there, something would have put a motion in place to try to discredit some of what he's saying as a matter of fact. And I've seen none of it. We've seen some mockery about the exaggerated claims that he made, the books he can read, how fast he can run. But outside of that, when it comes down to the serious accusations, nothing. Not one concrete denial. And that's huge. We're living in the age of information. Where's that one person who went to a Cedric the Entertainer show before 1998 and saw him do that space shuttle joke and could now just get on Instagram and be like, no, I saw him do it back then? Where is anyone denying any of these things that can all be denied if they weren't true? So the fact that, and even if a few come out over the next couple of weeks, because they might, it's just crazy how in the first 6 days, there's tons of evidence coming out to support what he's saying, but nothing to deny. So after all is said and done, what do I think we have here? I think we have someone who, when it comes to his industry, the love he has for stand-up comedy, the respect he has for the grind he put in and others like him have put in, I think when it comes to that, he really values honesty. And he values doing everything fair. Write your own jokes, do your own material, get famous the right way. I feel like there are some frustrations related to the fact that he feels like the grind he put in, the talent he has, should result in him being a bigger star than some other people who aren't as talented. I see that frustration there, and it's something that I recognize even in my own industry. Amongst magicians and mentalists, the names that you know, the big names that do really, really well out there, are not always the ones who are necessarily the most talented. They're the ones who were packaged right, made the right connections, and rose to the top. And then you have some very talented, very creative individuals who are putting in that grind and who are getting those standing ovations, but they're not quite getting to those levels, and very often they complain about the more mainstream ones as being talentless, coming out of nowhere. I don't think that there's a whole lot of deception in what he's saying. I think there are parts where he kind of takes his opinions and presents them a little bit more as fact or adds to the narrative. I think there are things that he exaggerates a little bit, especially when it comes to himself. And this just might be because he feels like his ego is a little down, so this might be a way to kind of bring himself up a little. And I do believe there are a few places where he crosses the line just a little bit and makes it a little personal. But we might disagree with that because that's a line everybody draws at a different point. For me personally, I'm always okay with someone questioning or analyzing someone's ethical choices, but I'm not okay with someone criticizing something we were born with, something that we can't change. But that's just me. That said, I don't really know what I'm going to do with this topic moving forward. I know that a lot of you wanted the analysis of this interview. I know there was a lot more to this interview, but I felt like I wanted to talk about the things where I had pretty high confidence in what I was seeing, especially with those responses. These were the things that I felt had a lot of context and enough for me to look at. There's a lot of other stuff, I'm sure, in the interview that you guys want to talk about specifically. Maybe there's going to be more stuff that comes out, more responses, more elaborations, more interviews, and I'm open to keep talking about that. But when it comes to this interview, I feel like the main points were talked about today. But let me know in the comments, is there something specific you guys want to talk about? Do we want to do a live stream about this? I don't really know. I'm not closed to doing more on this, but I think I'm happy with the stuff we talked about in this video. Let me know in the comments what you thought, and I will see you on the next one.
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
Back up.
The practice you are about to learn is almost never described publicly.
What we tend to not understand is that time really doesn't exist. Clocks exist. Time doesn't exist.
Right.
And like you said, we've been given this functional arrow of time, which puts us in one specific direction so that we can organize our thoughts and our days and our years and weeks and what we're going to do and what we're going to meet up with somebody and everything else. So we have this ability to coordinate and collaborate with each other like how we're here today at this specific time. However, if you understand that time is also an illusion, it's something that you can use as a tool, but if you also understand that it's an illusion, then you can actually master time and you can maximize what you're doing on this planet.
19 keys and some high-level conversation. Tap in with the guys. Peace, family. Welcome back to another high-level conversation. Today we have a powerful presentation, a very powerful energy, spirit, man, guide, scholar, polymath, intellectual, executive, actor, producer, author, you understand me, TV host, academia, a man really whom those who have seen needs no introduction. You understand me? A very extraterrestrial intellect. You understand me? A person that can dive in multi-dimensional areas. You understand me? And a person that I don't have to hold back with whatsoever. You understand me? This is a man who has, secured funding to build underground cities in Georgia. You understand me? A person who is a 2-time best-selling author. You understand me? Of Woke Doesn't Mean Broke and of the Emerald Tablets. And also the founder of Forbidden Knowledge. You may have seen him on the Travel Channel. You may have seen him on the History Channel. You understand me? You may have seen him in another dimension when you just happen to be popping some shrooms or something and traveling through somewhere. And Billy Carson was right there floating next to you, giving you some guide. You understand me? This is a powerful brother. Not only is he found things here on Earth, but he's actually found things out in space. You understand me? And we're going to dive deep into exactly what that means. So today, I want to introduce you to none other than the most powerful, prolific brother known as Mr. Billy Carson.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the great introduction.
Absolutely, man. I make sure I have very intelligent people, you understand me, who require a great introduction, you understand me. For those, of course, like I said, who know you, you don't require any introduction. You understand me? You are a man, a great platform, you understand me, that stands on his own merit based on the knowledge that you possess, research, investigate, and deliver to the masses.
Thanks, man.
Today, man, I want to have a roundabout conversation about a multitude of different subjects. Here at High Level Conversations, I like to have an actual cipher, you understand me, where we build and we collide and create new universes, you understand me, a university of thoughts. And first thing I wanted to talk about was time itself.
Yeah.
And the ideas of time. There's a lot of people that's trapped into increments of time that they have to work in, you understand me, from a 9-to-5 position, and they have to live within windows of hours and dissect their days based on that.
Yeah.
You understand me? And the unfortunate reality of it is that most people will never have a true understanding of life because they're living on borrowed time. You understand me? And so I'm always working to help present perspective and observation on where people can understand the laws of time a little more. You understand me?
Yeah.
Especially as we enter into 4th and 5th dimensional phases here, you understand me, on this planet Earth. You understand me? Or the universe, as we will. Human beings, are we very interested, beings.
Yeah.
You understand me? Like, just the idea that we allow someone else to decide what time is for us is a very interesting thing.
Yeah.
Right? From Julius Caesar to the Roman Pope with his papal bulls deciding, what is a 365 calendar
What is talking about 7-day weeks and 60 seconds and 60 minutes, and we say, okay, let's go along with it.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't realize that it speeds up. You understand me? The process from being born to when you leave this place.
Yeah.
You know, and then we already have expectations on what life is going to be, because there's other people that tell us what it is, when we're going to die, when we get old, when we're going to feel a certain way. So it sets up a curation for us to die a certain way and at a certain speed. I want to hear what your interpretation of what time is first.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a very deep question. I've talked about this so many times in different
so many times
lectures and workshops. You know, because for people in the third dimension, we're in the third dimension. What we tend to not understand is that time really doesn't exist. Clocks exist. Time doesn't exist.
Right.
And like you said, we've been given this functional arrow of time, which puts us in one specific direction, so that we can organize our thoughts and our days and our years and weeks and what we're going to do and what we're going to meet up with somebody and everything else. So we have this ability to coordinate and collaborate with each other, like how we're here today at this specific time. However, if you understand that time is also an illusion, it's something that you can use as a tool, but if you also understand that it's an illusion, then you can actually master time, and you can maximize what you're doing on this planet. Because if you go any in all the higher dimensions, you know, we're in the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and all the way up.
For the layman that don't understand what being in the third dimension means, can you give us a breakdown?
Okay, sure. So if you draw a line on a piece of paper, that's the first dimension. If you then connect those lines and create a house on a piece of paper, that's a two-dimensional structure, or you can move it into a computer. Anything you see in a computer that looks 3D is actually 2D. Right? So, and because we're in the third, we can see down into 2D. We can see all the way down, obviously, into 1D, and we can manipulate those dimensions from our higher selves. Now, now there are beings in fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions. There's people above us. Now, because of that, they see us, and they recognize the past, present, and future operating all at the same time. Everything's happening at once.
Right.
There is no separation between the past, present, and the future. The arrow doesn't exist. Because they're higher than us, they can look down into the third, and they can see into what we're doing. So
who are before? Hey, we got to unpack a little bit. We got to unpack.
Okay.
It's high level, but I want to make sure that the people can follow along with it. So, you know, talking about third dimension, right? You know, it's ants are not third dimensional beings, right? Because they can't see upward, right? They're not horizontal. You understand me? They exist on a plane where they're looking forward, right? So when you're moving about the rest of the world that is higher up to them, they have no access to that, no perspective on that whatsoever. You understand me? For them, everything is straight and in front of them. For human beings, we have the ability to look upward, to look inward, to look outward, to look around, right? So therefore, we're connected into different angles, different perspectives, and different dimensions. You understand me? And then what I wanted to get next, so let's say we got the third dimension, right? Now we're talking about the fourth dimension, right? What is the fourth dimension?
The fourth dimension is something called a tesseract. And if you go into the ancient text, it's Metatron's cube. Meta, M-E-T-A, meta. Obviously, you know, metaverse, right? They got that from Metatron's cube. It's a fourth dimensional substructure. Now, this fourth dimension is really something called a quasi-crystal. And this quasi-crystal in the fourth dimension, it casts a shadow. And the shadow that it casts, it creates the realm that we're living in here. We're living in a shadow of a higher dimension. That shadow creates a third dimension. It actually creates a fractal of it, creates this fractal holographic matrix that we're actually maneuvering in the third dimension right now.
So would the fourth dimension be considered a dimension of time?
You can address a fourth dimension of time like Albert Einstein was saying if you're just looking at a third plus a fourth being the arrow. But when you actually move up into another dimension, we now know in quantum physics that there is actually a fourth dimension. So all dimensions are in 90-degree angles of each other. And according to quantum theory right now, we're really anticipating that there's at least 11 dimensions, or otherwise the universe will collapse. So there really is truly a fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all the way up. Not just the arrow of time. That's just something extra They try to make it make sense back then by saying the fourth dimension is time, but time is actually not a dimension at all.
So now that's a very interesting, because it's a lot that I'm sure that everybody's like, all right, I thought I was smart, and then I tried to keep up, and then I got left behind.
Right.
You understand me? And what I want to bring people up to speed. You understand me? And the ideas in correlation to the analogy of how we're moving as a collective human species, specifically with technology, right? Because I think it can be connected to, cellular technology, right? Going from 3G to 4G. And, going from 3G to 4G to 5G, which allows us to be able to do different things that we normally weren't able to do that weren't possible, right? Let's say you got 3G phones, it's helping you make better, faster calls, you understand me, connected. Then you get to 4G and you're talking about now applications and streaming, right? And Wi-Fi, right? Being able to connect within systems and the Internet of Things. And then 5G allowing completely new systems of possibility. And this was where I think a lot of people missed the point in 2020 where everybody was going through the craze of whether 5G was killing them or not. It was more so what was 5G going to do, right? So the NFTs and the Web3, right? And you're talking about, AR, VR, spatial reality, all these different things are not possible unless you have 5G being in connection. So it was representing a new world being produced outward. And it wasn't just an accident that NFTs came after the pandemic and this technology came after. There was something happening at that same point in time that, for me, it was entering into a new phase of the world, a new dimension, a new speed, right? And that speed, can be known as time, if you will. And a lot of people, without that ability to process at a high level, right? Like you got bandwidth, you got landline speed, you got Wi-Fi speed, you got 5G speed, you get left behind. So everything seems that it's moving fast, but that's only because you're not moving as fast.
Right.
Everything stands still when you're moving at the same speed. You understand me? And so what I've always tried to do is keep people up to speed where we at in the dimension that we're currently in, or a little bit above, so you can be ahead of your time as a visionary. Because the fastest speed is the mind. You understand me? Being able to travel in your thoughts, right? That can take you into time. That can take you ahead of time, if you will. But the ideas of time itself, I love the concept that it being an illusion, because, even the era with time is connected to language, right? That I wrote in my book about how when we speak in the English language, it's a very future tense reference, right? So we're always referencing the future as we speak. I will be there. I'm going to do this. And we have so many different phrases within the language. We're always pushing ourselves, not connecting to the present, but at a later point in day and time. You understand me? And I think that learning to be present connects us to the power that we have in control over. And then once you have that power, then you know how to create seeds that can control the rest of the time. But you said something about beings, right? Now, we always look at ourselves as a people, but then when we talk about people, you're talking about human beings, right? The being part is not something that the average person understands, right? And then when you're saying that there are other beings, who are these other beings?
I believe personally, just based off of my research, and I've gone through now over 1,000 scriptures, texts, papyruses, cuneiform tablets from all over the world. They all have a very similar story, and all these ancient civilizations talk about beings, not just beings who came here from other planets, people that look like us and we look like them. In other words, not identical, but very similar. In other words, a bilateral, bipedal hominid of some type that can maneuver around, that has appendages that can manipulate the environment, because without that, you can't move out into space and other places. And they also talk about multidimensional. You get into like the non-commodity, stuff like that. You're talking about multidimensional beings. And so in physics, in quantum physics in particular, they started theorizing on these dimensions and were able to even analyze and discover some that they actually do exist. And on top of that, they realized that the dimensions are packed so tight on top of one another that if you can phase shift your atomic structure, your subatomic frequency, you can walk right into another dimension. And so they started postulating, what if beings from higher dimensions or some of these apparitions and these paranormal phenomena that we're seeing, are they able to maybe take a glimpse or a peek? Are they phasing through into our universe? And so from higher dimensions. And so they started really theorizing it. It seems to be, and based on my research, that there's people living everywhere. Not just, and I'm not talking about little green men with antenna. I think that there's people living all throughout this universe in the third dimension. And I think there's people living all throughout even higher multiple dimensions, maybe at a certain level, a certain height in those dimensions. Maybe they don't have a real corporeal body.
Right. Non-physical.
Non-physical, you know what I'm saying? But I believe that the consciousness is there.
Then that part is interesting, the non-physical aspect, because I understand that and I can believe in that idea and that concept. It's like what people think. I think of angels as angles.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Because angels are supposed to exist in between dimensions.
Yeah.
You understand me? And angles, you understand me, are dimensions.
That's
right. And so it's like perspective is your angle in which you see things and view things. And oftentimes angels come and gives us new perspective, new thoughts. You understand me?
Yeah.
Arriving from a different, completely dimension of thought that we couldn't arrive at ourselves.
Correct.
But at the same time, when you're talking about non-corporeal bodies or non-physical bodies, you understand me? I like that concept because when you're talking about time, you're talking about light, you're talking about all of these different ways in which light or energy can exist within, and consciousness, right? The awareness of, output. You understand? Mathematical output, right? Do you believe that the universe is mathematical?
Oh, absolutely. The language of God is mathematics, because mathematics can literally explain everything that we experience and everything also that exists. Even the fact that we're existing in a light matrix can be proven through mathematics. So we're living in a matrix that's basically written on mathematics called Adinkra codes. And these Adinkra codes go all the way back to the Dogons, Dogon tribes out of Mali, Africa.
Yeah.
They actually originated these codes, and they were given these codes by the Nomo, and they learned them. They drew them out as art forms. But now, and they put them on clothing and blankets and everything else.
So the Dogon tribe, very interesting tribe, that was able to discover, systems before telescopes and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So how did they arrive to be able to, because I know a lot of people, I posted about this not too long ago, people want to understand how the hell did the Dogon tribe arrive to it? Right? I just subscribe to, us being, gods, melanated beings on this planet Earth. We connected in a way that we just don't understand anymore. You understand me? And being multidimensional, I think about physics in that aspect where you're talking about things being entangled. Not Will and Jada entanglements, you understand me? But quantum entanglements.
Right. Yeah.
And, once you understand that, being multidimensional to me is easily understood from the fact that you can break us down to atoms, right? And then cells, and then we get into our skin and we see our physical.
Yeah.
But from an atomic level, those are different laws.
Yeah.
Right? And we're made up of atoms. So that an aspect of our existence is obeying different laws of the universe.
Yeah.
And then our cells are obeying different laws of gravity and magnetism, right, and flow. But then we as human beings are obeying different laws, right, of gravity and magnetism in the universe. And then we forget about the universal laws of our multidimensional self because we only know man's law.
Exactly.
You understand me? So I think being multidimensional is easily understood as above, so below. You understand me? But the idea of the Dogon people being able to chart systems, how were they able to figure that out? You understand me? Before the Europeans had an idea of what was out there.
Right. Well, to be honest with you, if you go all the way back to the ancient Dogon history, before they got to Mali, they were in the land of Kem. They were the original inhabitants of the land of Kem before it was called Egypt. And so...
Kem meaning the land of blacks?
The land of blacks, correct. Exactly, land of blacks. Kem was black, it's all black. That's in the tablets.
So Kem, there's so much Jews in here, but so in Kem, you understand me, that's Africa.
Yeah.
Right? I know everybody call the Middle East as if...
No, it's Africa.
The Middle East is the most funniest made-up concept, magical idea on the planet.
I know.
Because it's like, you have in Africa, but no, this is like the Middle East Africa. It doesn't count for Sub-Saharan Africa, Northern Africa, and East Africa. But it's Africa, right?
It's Africa.
Yeah, so...
for those who don't know, Cairo is in Africa.
Cairo's in Africa.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I know, people still get it wrong till this day.
That's crazy.
It's surprising to me. But so They, according to their records and their handed down verbal history, their records are etched into caves and stuff like that. The Nomo came here from Sirius B. Okay, so there's a trinary star system that we know of called Sirius, the Sirius star system A, B, and C.
Yeah.
B is a failed star. In other words, it ran out of fuel, turned into a white dwarf. These beings were orbiting on a planet that orbited that star, according to the Dogon, not me. Came here, they're called the Nomo. The Dogon called them the Nomo. Taught them all about the star system, the orbital pattern, our entire solar system, the names, the shapes, the sizes, the colors of all the planets in our solar system, all the planetary alignments. And they even knew that that white dwarf star was so gravitationally heavy that one spoonful couldn't be lifted by over 1 million men. They even knew that. We learned that in quantum mechanics and quantum physics in the 1970s, 1980s. We hypothesized it. And obviously we couldn't even see that star until the 1980s, 1970s,
Wow.
sorry.
So when did they record it?
Thousands of years ago.
Thousands.
Of years ago. It's like, we're talking about over 6,000 to 7,000 years. They've had depictions of them and everything else, and they taught them how to make these Dogon masks, but they also gave them the Adinkra codes. Now these Adinkra codes look like designs on clothing and patterns. When you turn these designs into three-dimensional structures, they become something called error-correcting codes. And Professor James S. Gates, a black professor who used to be the science advisor for Obama when he was in office, he's now the professor, I believe, at the University of Maryland in supersymmetry and theoretical physics. He discovered these Adinkra codes. He rediscovered them, obviously, and he turned them into three-dimensional objects. And then from there, he found the error-correcting codes. He was analyzing and accessing information about the ether of space-time, and he discovered that the entire ether, in other words, everything this soup that we're operating in throughout the entire universe, is running on a specific code. It's called an Adinkra code. It's called error-correcting codes. The same exact kind of codes that run search engines and web browsers. That's what's running the universe.
So listen now. At certain points in time in the interview, the glasses got to come on. This was one of those points in time when we're talking about Adinkra codes and going into multidimensional aspects of thinking. You know,
how to stimulate the pineal gland to unblock your energetic mechanisms. Did you know that more than 40% of the world's population has an atrophied pineal gland? Elements such as fluoride calcify this sacred and divine organ, blocking one of the most powerful energetic mechanisms of the body. The pineal gland functions as an antenna that sends and receives cosmic signals from the universe. If you have this organ atrophy, you will not be able to raise your vibration and frequency, and your manifestation signals will rarely be heard. Scientists at the CIA in 1983 designed a series of classified frequencies based on artificial intelligence to stimulate this gland in minutes. Today, I have decided to create a short presentation where I will show you how to unlock this and 2 other energetic mechanisms. Click on the link below this video and access the free presentation, because this may be the last time you see this video.
this episode is brought to you by Gold Water. But, you know, being connected to the stars, you understand me, and being connected to the universe is a very interesting aspect of thinking. You know, I grew up, you know, in the Nation of Islam.
Okay.
And in the Nation of Islam, there is a lot of, you know, astronomical teachings, you know, about astronomy and sizes of the planets and distance. That was one of the first things we had to learn.
Wow.
Right, where the distance between the planets, the speed of light, the speed of sound, right? You know, the total square mileage of the water, earth, land, mountains, rivers, lakes, right? Everything. So, you know, deep into the teachings of Elijah Muhammad is astronomy, right? He wasn't really into astrology because he said it was too much guesswork. But astronomy he was into because it was mathematical.
Yeah.
And you're talking about, you know, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, for a black man to be teaching astronomy, especially to poor black people in America. It was
it was light years ahead of his time.
It was an interesting indication of, you know, where he got his knowledge. Because he had a 3rd grade education, but he was teaching about astronomy.
Yeah.
Right? And he would dare the scholars of the world to prove him wrong. Of course, none of them did, right? Because he was talking about Pluto back in those days before they would recognize Pluto, right? And I used to always think about why. And one of the last books that he wrote was called The Theology of Time.
Oh, wow.
And Theology of Time it's not a book for the beginner, initiate. You understand me? It's definitely more novice when you get into your understanding.
Yeah.
And then that's when he proposed and he talked about alien life on Mars, right? He talked about the different planets who can and who can't go there, what they were doing and building. Like, he has very detailed composition of thought on extraterrestrial life.
Yeah.
You understand me? And the origins of the planet itself and the universe itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's very interesting because we often believe that our connection to, you know, the way that the Dogons were able to chart the stars is lost.
Yeah.
Right? You know, but that knowledge has always been within our DNA and always been passed down within us. There's just certain keepers of that knowledge.
Exactly.
Right? And those keepers of the knowledge are not often listened to because, especially today, we in a very static, distracted, low-level way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you have to think about the mind, and it's not even to say that they were the most intelligent people on the planet, but connected, you understand me, as being different. Like, that's a different type of intelligence.
Yeah.
Because we only measure academia or scholarship intelligence that you get from universities. But we don't measure the intelligence you get from the universe.
Yeah, yeah.
You understand me? I want to talk about, you know, I don't want to leave time in the star system just yet, but I do want to talk about your relationship with astronomy and whether you believe astrology to be a true science or not.
Well, I'm actually an amateur astronomer.
Okay.
I've been doing that for a long time.
Yes, sir.
I have a real nice telescope. I have a Celestron SLR, and it's a real nice telescope. You can actually see the rings of Saturn. You can see Jupiter. You can see Mars.
Yeah.
I took a famous picture that's been circulating for years of Mars during the summer. When you take a picture of Mars during the summer, it actually has green, it has blues. It's not a red planet. You can see that the ice caps are smaller, which means they've melted. There's a lot of liquid water on the planet. And a lot of those greens, I believe, is vegetation. You know, and now all the science data is coming back out from NASA. Now, all of a sudden, press releases are coming out. The soil on Mars is better for growing crops than on Earth. Now they're saying there's billions of tons of liquid water on Mars now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
can believe that.
And they're also talking about the fact that there's an atmosphere that is the equivalent to being like 18,000 feet above sea level, but that's like going to Peru. I'm going to Peru in a few weeks, right? So same thing. You got to acclimate to that height, to that low oxygen, but you can still breathe as long as you stay close to the ground. Once you go higher up, it's going to be very dangerous. But if you're within like 10 feet of the ground, you can actually breathe. You just need to acclimate. So all of a sudden, all this is coming out because why? They're getting ready to build an infrastructure up there, in my opinion, and do a breakaway civilization. That's what the whole Elon Musk and all that's on Mars is all about. So I got really into it. Now, one of the reasons why I built the underground shelter that you mentioned, called Fort Terra Nova, that was back in 2012, was because I was analyzing the precession of the equinoxes, the movement of the stars across the sky, the constellations across the sky. I noticed that they were speeding up. Based on my calculations, it was moving, instead of 27,000 years for one cycle, it was actually averaging around 25,000. I'm like, are the books wrong? Are these great astronomers wrong? Or what's going on? And the more I dug into it, the more I looked into it, I realized the only thing that can explain this is if our sun is orbiting something. It would need breakaway speed. And it would speed up and it would slow down, speed up and slow down. So I started digging into that. I found out that they had something they were calling nemesis out there, something that they couldn't exactly say what it was, but they were saying there was a huge object out there orbiting our sun, and our sun was orbiting it. And they found it about 3 or 4 years ago. They labeled it Planet 9, but really is a brown dwarf star. They found a brown dwarf orbiting our sun. So we live in a binary solar system. We don't have one sun, we actually have two. One's a brown dwarf, which you can only see with 2-mass infrared mode on your telescope. You have to have a digital scope to see that because it's so dim you can't see with the naked eye.
Is the sun black or white?
The sun is white. It's bright white, so it's not black actually. If you actually were able to go out and look at the sun above the atmosphere, you'll find out that it's actually bright white light. When it hits our atmosphere, it scatters, and when the light breaks down, we see more of the yellows because the blues are kept up there. So the sun actually is bright white.
Well, some say that the sun is black, but it's the charge of light that gives it the appearance of white.
Well, it's a nuclear explosion. Now, what's interesting about the sun is that a lot of the light doesn't even get to the surface for like 100, 200,000 years. So it could be both, a little bit of both. It could be that it is a dark sun, but the light is what we can see. For example, the sun is 8 light minutes away from Earth. So if the sun went dark right now, we'd have daylight for 8 minutes. Mm-hmm. Now the light,
and that's 90 million miles away.
90 million miles away, right? And the light that's formed on the inside from the collision of the atoms on the inside, the nuclei, when they're colliding and splitting, that light doesn't go straight from the center core right out to the outside of the sun. It actually meanders through the inside of the sun for thousands and thousands of years before it releases itself and leaves the corona. Then it takes 8 minutes to get to Earth. So the light that we're experiencing right now is hundreds of thousands of years old before it even got to us. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Before it left our sun.
So light is very interesting. You understand me? I want to talk about light and water for a second. Look like we might get to the whole elemental period by the time we're doing this conversation. So, I remember before I got on a journey of, teaching the financial literacy and liberation aspect, my deeper studies was into quantum physics and science and psychology and, a multitude of different things that I believe would help guide enlightenment. You understand me?
Yeah.
And so studying light, I started studying the 4th phase of water, right? Where in between, for those who don't know, water has 4 different phases. Some people say 5, but we're going to the 4. You understand me? Solid, liquid, gas. You understand me? And I used to think about that because I say the only difference between the water and each structure is the proton arrangement, not the proton count.
Right.
So it's not something new that's happening to the water that is entered into it that changes its state. It's the arrangement, you understand me, of its energy. And so when I thought about that, and then of course, light is energy, so we can say that it's light that changes, and then water has the most different states out of any other element. And so I liken that to consciousness, right?
Yeah.
That our consciousness can be in rigid states, it can be in flow states, right?
Yeah.
But what changes, your consciousness going from a lower consciousness to a higher consciousness is enlightenment, right? When we read, right, I always say we re-add, right? We're re-adding knowledge that is already in us because we're not actually, nothing physical is going in there. Nothing is going to tinkering and changing with your brain. It's literally electricity changing the arrangement, you understand me, and the structure of your state of consciousness. And you can see a symbol, right, and gain enlightenment, right? And it can cause an inner knowing that can have your mind, raising this vibration, right?
With cyber attacks on the rise, protecting your data security is more important than ever. The Durbin Marshall credit card bill shifts billions in consumer spending to less secure payment networks. Don't let Durbin Marshall steal your data. Oppose the Durbin Marshall credit card bill.
And, that's not something that we often think about. And a lot of people will be like, oh, this conversation ain't going to high level for real, right? But I say the 4th phase of water on purpose because, everything around us emits energy. Every single thing. We walk into a room, we say, damn, the vibe is off.
Right.
We don't realize we speak in scientific terms.
Yep.
You understand me?
Science.
Yeah, it's true science. The vibe is off, but you have an intuitive connection on what that vibe is.
Yeah.
Right? That there's friction in the air, that the ions, you understand me, are positive or negative charge when you go into different environments.
Yeah.
And so if we understood that, then number one, we will create a more conscious sensitivity to the environments that we go to.
Yeah.
But we are in environments that are often very austere to, our embodiment, our aura. You understand me? And who we are. Because, for those who don't know, we emit an aura from our heart.
Yeah.
You understand me? And when that is pierced, that's when we start to get sick. And we are in environments we're not supposed to be in that are in friction to whatever our vibration is. That's when we feel off. Right? And there's only certain people, and I'm with Minister Louis Farrakhan said, somebody asked him once, they said, how are you able to go into all of these different type of environments, you understand me, and not be changed by them or not feel sick by them sometimes because you're around all these different type of people? And he said, I bring my own atmosphere.
That's right.
You understand me? Like, I bring my own atmosphere.
Yeah. I know exactly what he means.
Yeah.
I walk into a place and I put a bubble around myself.
Yeah.
I just literally put an energy bubble. I just see it coming out of my head and wrap it myself. And I walk through, I got my energy bubble.
Yeah. No, that's super key. I mean, so when we go to water, right, we 70 to 90% water. Some people say I'm basically almost 100% because even those things can be made up of water.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about water and the effect that light has on water, right, because, water is charged by light,
Yeah.
and water has memory in it.
That's
You
right.
understand me? I think it was Dr. John Pollock that was giving a breakdown on the 4 phase of water. And it was one of the same doctors who discovered, I believe, HIV back in the day, who's trying to figure out ways to utilize sound waves to create medicine.
Yeah.
You understand me? And basically that every disease has a frequency, and if he can counteract that disease with a dominant frequency of the cure, then he can cure that person.
Right.
Because water traps frequency in its protons.
Yeah.
You understand me? So that if our environment is a certain vibration, then we take on that vibration of that environment.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same study about rice and water. When you speak over certain things, you're trapping that, right? So that's why nobody who's angry should ever serve you food.
Exactly.
Or they dislike. If you make a waiter mad, don't eat the food from there anymore.
No.
Got to keep them happy and pleasant. Otherwise, they can give you food poisoning just based on their negative energy.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
But I bring that up to bring this. You know, as human beings, the things that we should know the most about, we know the least about.
Yeah.
And that's being a human being.
Right.
Yeah. You know, water and light, right? We are light beings and we are water beings.
Yeah.
You understand me? Wholly. So I studied that to understand the effects that the environment has on myself.
Yeah.
That's knowledge of self, to the knowledge of cells.
You got to do that.
So, you know, what is it about light itself as a messenger of information that is important that we observe from the things that we eat, besides the breakdown I just gave, right? Where we go to, but at the same time being a way for our brains to be able to travel, right? Like, and then can you correlate it to biophotons? You understand me? You know, when I be thinking, I just be having thoughts, so they jump over. That's why I had to call this show a conversation. So, as light beings, what does that mean?
Well, one thing people don't understand is that we are all made of actual light. Well, everything in the third dimension is made of light. And so we are light and light is us. We know that the illusion of this avatar body and this chair I'm sitting on and the table that you're sitting at, the illusion of it's there. But what is this? This is slowed down light waves. When you slow light down and the consciousness interacts with it, it collapses it into what we call solid matter. So solid matter is actually an illusion.
Right.
For example, the only thing stopping my hand from going through this chair is the repulsion of the electromagnetic frequencies. I don't actually touch the chair. You don't touch anything.
Yeah.
And so if I can phase shift the atomic frequency of my hand to match the same frequency of the atoms in this chair, I pass my hand right through it because atoms are 99.999% empty space.
Right. Like pouring liquid into liquid.
Exactly. You know, that's why when galaxies merge together, like we're merging with a galaxy right now called Sagittarius, you don't see any real collisions happening or anything around us.
My Sagittarius out there.
Yeah. Because, you know, galaxies are mostly empty space, just like atoms. Everything's a fractal. So we are light beings, and also because of that, we're a fractal. We have consciousness, which is also light. And
what is a fractal?
A fractal is when you take, for example, if you look at a hologram, and you go to one part of the hologram, one tiny piece, and look at it, you'll see the entire image in that smallest piece. The only thing you lose is a little bit of resolution. Okay? And so it's important for people to understand that this entire realm is a fractal of a whole. In other words, as above, so below.
So if you look at an atom, it gives you the whole thing.
It gives you the whole thing, absolutely.
So human beings, would you consider a fractal of the universe?
We're a fractal of the universe. And our consciousness, even though it's one consciousness, it's also a fractal of main master consciousness. And it's really incredible that every thought that you think in your skull, it leaves your skull as a form of a light wave. Every time you think. Yeah, man. Every light wave, every time you think. We know this because we can put a cap on your head at a laboratory, put a little electrodes on it, sensors, and tell you to think about something, and it's going to show up on the computer screen. Because the computer's reading the light waves coming out of your skull. We can't see those waves because we can only see 1% of the light spectrum as human beings.
Right.
We're limited. We don't see gamma rays. We don't see ultraviolet.
What affects us the most?
Yeah, exactly. Those are the things that are all around us that are really interacting with us all the time, and our brains too.
Right. And that's what I was getting to with the water, because the ultraviolet radiation is what causes that fourth phase to flow, like blood flow within our bodies and things of that nature, by creating a separation between positive and negative charge And in between that small space right there is where it creates that charge and flow. And they was doing a study where they tried to take two prods, put one on the other end to create energy.
Yeah.
Right? But go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what it is. So, we have this power of thought, which you're talking about having the ability to even travel through light, leaving your mind and traveling light. You can actually connect to other realms, other dimensions through conscious thought. Quantum entangling your light waves with other light waves that exist in the universe, not only in the third dimension, but even multiple dimensions.
Right. So like quantum entanglement, for those who don't understand, are two basically atoms that are entangled with one another, even if they are at vast distances.
Right.
Right? And Einstein called it, spooky. Right? Because he didn't understand what was going on.
Right.
But we understand. It ain't spooky.
He said the spooky action at a distance.
Yeah.
And you can entangle atoms, you can entangle photons, which are lights. Right. So
do you think that's what happened when people fall in love? They consider to be soulmates?
I think it happens. Well, your mind can entangle with somebody on the other side of the universe. A lot of the times, you can say, I came up with this great idea.
Right.
But you really didn't. You just downloaded that idea because you entangled with the information.
Entangled.
That's all it is. All information actually exists. And now, like big-time mainstream quantum physicists and theoretical physicists are admitting that this is true now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not woo-woo science no more. This is like what you're getting taught in university. When I was at MIT studying applied neuroscience, one of the things we learned about was this exact thing. The fact that not only can you walk in a room, like you were saying earlier, and you can sense the vibe, and you can actually transmit negative or positive energy to somebody. Somebody's at a low frequency, and you walk in positive and high frequency enough, your light being can actually raise their energy level.
Right.
And if you're not high enough and they're low, they can actually drop your energy level.
Right.
It depends on how strong you are consciously. And then also we talked about the fact that we can entangle with information throughout the entire multiverse. So information can even come from other universes into your own mind. If you're able to discern the information, you can actually then, if you can put the action behind it, it could be one of the greatest inventions. It could be Web3. It could be, whatever we got going on now. NFTs or whatever. All this stuff comes from other places.
So biophotons is what I wanted to get to. Because biophotons to me is very interesting, because I think it's like taking the concept of science and physics and being able to apply it, you understand me, in a real world sense, and connect, yourself and your willpower, right? It was Dr. Wesley. He has the Book of God, and he has a very, very dope book, very amazing book. Everybody should study it. But he gives a breakdown about photons, and this is one of my first introductions to it, when he was talking about a study that was done at this university, to study biophoton levels, which is basically, for those who don't know, is light within the human body.
Right.
And so one of the things that they studied was the fact that during a time that a patient was sick, you understand me, the light that they emitted glowed brighter, right? And of course that was because the body was working to heal itself.
Yeah.
And the thought process was that if you go back to ancient human being origins, that those human beings were just light beings, complete light beings. And as I'm positing this thought right now, as melanin, you understand me, overtook those bodies, and you're talking about, that very dark melanin, and then you have light, piercing out of that, which used to be where hair follicles are, you understand me? Then you're talking about a blue aura, or a blue hue, right? And so in ancient texts where you see a lot of the blue representation of gods or beings, there were the representation of the original man and woman as light beings.
Yeah.
Now, the way that I connected to science more so is the idea that, our mind has light within it, right? And it communicates directly with the light outside us. And that this is scientifically proven that we can think things and bend the wheel of reality around us. Like the Matrix played with our concepts and ideas. The spoon doesn't exist idea. But more so is, each one of us have different levels of consciousness and conscious power.
Yeah.
And the ability to bend and change reality around us, which is also a very masculine trait, because testosterone increases that biophotonic energy, you understand me, within the body. So depleted testosterone depletes willpower as well. So it's saying that for me, I always say that one act of masculinity is willpower, the ability to take thoughts outside your mind and produce them into reality.
Yeah.
So if you have a people who are not able to produce their thoughts, then those people are lost without that will, right? Without that power, without that godliness. And so that's something that I think about often as I see our brothers and sisters hoping and wishing and trying to bring things forth, but they just can't because that light inside them is dead.
Dead. Plus, a lot of the male in this society right now, they're being emasculated.
Oh yeah, sterilized.
And so, you know, and a lot of it's chemical based.
Yes.
It's the food.
Chemical
it's
castration.
Chemical castration, man. It's all these microplastics that are, you know, we're inhaling them, we're eating them. It's in the food, it's in everything. They did a test on those microplastics. They were converting male frogs into women.
Right.
You know, this is just crazy stuff. So
that's a hell of a leap.
It's a big leap. That's a big leap.
Let me resist myself, y'all.
Oh man, but it's so true, you know. And so it's taking away the testosterone levels in men are the lowest it's been since they've been recording.
Right.
And so, to that effect, what you're saying is, you know, the levels are dropping, and the ability for men to make a lot of logical decisions is also dropping.
Right.
You see men now operating more off of emotion versus logic.
Right.
That balance of logic versus emotion isn't there anymore.
Right.
Sometimes there's a lot more men that are more emotional than women.
Yes.
So their plan is working out. You know, and the plan for them really is to not let us discover our light body. Not let us discover our light consciousness and the power that we really truly have inside of us to change and bend and mold this matrix to our will and overcome and supersede where they are.
Right.
What they want us to do is just continue to stay in these small little pockets, fighting each other over scraps, and not really ever getting to the higher levels and realizing that we're supposed to be able to bring our heaven right here to this earth right now.
And see, that reminds me of when you talk about the beings that can see and they look down, right? Like you imagine somebody in a tower looking down on the people playing the game of the rat race, but they can see dimensions. They can see where the people are headed. They can see all different angles, right? And those are the people, what considered to be the 1%. You understand me? And then, of course, that can be translated into multi-different, names and forms and species and things of that nature. But the ruling class, if you will, you understand me? The manipulating class, those who practice tricknology and deceit on the rest of the population to not know their power.
Right.
Like, the greatest trick of the devil is to get you to not know that you're a God.
That's it.
You understand me? Because the moment that you have self-realization of your power, number one, you stop looking at them to help manage you discover it.
Exactly.
Because if we go to chattel slavery times, and I like to say chattel slavery just because it's such a different form than the rest of the slavery, but chattel slavery is all about breaking that knowledge of self and that knowing of who you are. Because how can you make a slave unless he is completely dependent upon your will?
Exactly.
And the testosterone-filled masculine slaves were the hardest ones to break, the ones that have their own faith and belief systems, because they weren't going to relinquish that power to someone else.
Right.
No, they fought, and there was insurrections all throughout times because that willpower was fighting another will.
Yeah.
You understand me? And so now what we got is more so Chris Rock, where you don't fight the will no more. You just let it slap you around. You understand me? I just had to drop another one. I couldn't help myself. But the lack I love jokes, y'all. I love jokes. I love comedy. But no, for real though, because, here we are in present day. When we talk about chemical castration, man, this is very important. Like, we've went through so many different phases fighting those beings. You understand me? Who bring in drugs, who bring in guns, who bring in propaganda, who bring in, MK Ultra, you understand me? And toxins, poisons from the air to every single thing.
It's not black people.
No, definitely not. we ain't got that type of control.
No.
Unfortunately, that's the issue.
Right.
So, you can take that back to it's unfortunate that the greatest minds are producing destructive things. Their greatest minds are producing destructive things.
Yeah.
And now what we are in this phase of reality is figuring out who we are. Because I still always the biggest key to all of this.
Yeah.
Because the hardest thing is to teach another black man or woman who you are.
Right.
Let me teach you whether you want to call yourself black, original, you understand me, Moor, Hebrew, Israelite, you know, alien, whatever you want to call yourself. You can describe yourself as an Anunnakian.
Yeah.
But understanding at the core, you understand me, that being of godliness that you possess,
right,
and that is unstoppable once you truly recognize who you are.
Yeah.
Not just from literature, not just through paperwork. I'm talking about through spirit, things that can't be taught, that have to be known deep within.
You have to walk in your own power. When I walk places, when I go places, I expect the universe to unfold for me. I expect things to open up for me and things to just happen for me when I walk into places. I can just be going to the grocery store. I'm walking in power. People, if they can jump inside of my body and feel what I'm feeling, they'd be like, God damn.
Yeah.
This guy really, you know what I'm saying? I'm walking, everywhere I go, I'm walking in pure power. I act like I'm commanding and wielding the universe to my will. And that's something that scares us. But the reason why is because we've been programmed to think if you do that, that's of the devil and that's evil. And you got to beg somebody else to give you this power. You can't just walk in this kind of power. But the same power that created everything we see in this entire universe, in this multiverse, is the same power that's inside of my body.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
You know, I want to talk about something, because when we talk about power, culture is probably, our culture specifically, which is getting into our spirit, powers this world. We are the battery.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, melanin is a battery itself.
Yeah.
Right? And when we talk about that, I was studying, you know, years ago, the Kardashev scale.
Okay.
Right? When we're talking about type 0 to 1, 3, 4 civilizations. And when I was studying back then, I would relate everything I learned in physics and science to black culture, and how it could be an analogy to where we can utilize to liberate ourselves.
You don't need a large audience to monetize or make a lot of money. I have 12,000 followers, and I'm able to make 6 figures with Kajabi. The best place for creators to make money in the creator economy is Kajabi.
So for those who don't know, this Kardashev scale is a model of, you know, how civilizations can grow, if you will, right, into more efficient system and models, or more control, right? So we are currently, what I believe, you know, like 0.5, but type 0 civilization,
type 0.
Right? Type 0.
We crawling though. We trying to crawl.
We try. The concepts are getting out there.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You know, the politics are in the way, to be honest.
That's what happened. The polytricksters.
Yeah, the polytricksters. So type 0 is saying that we get our energy from dead coal and plants.
Yeah.
You understand me? That, you know, our energy systems, number one, are inefficient. You understand me? And that's why we steady have these energy wars.
Yeah.
You understand me? That we are dependent upon these resources, that we don't have the ability to reproduce ourselves. You understand me? And or have control over supply. And so, you know, that's why human beings are always at risk for extinction. Ideally, is because we don't control external things outside. You understand me? We can't control a meteor hitting this planet. We can't control the sun exploding. We can't control any of those things. So that's why man now just wants to jump to another planet. You understand me? Because he don't believe that he will be able to gain control before it's too late, right? But a type 1 is more so talking about the ability to control weather, control earth, control the sun, or at least in a sense being able to absorb all energy from the sun and utilize that to power the world that is today. And then you have the analogy of type 1 type systems, right? Type 1 language would be what would be considered like English. English, you know, there are languages that's going extinct every day. You understand me? And English is rapidly fast growing all across the planet Earth to become a type 1 language where everybody on the planet speaks English. So that is a method, you understand me, of energy transfer, communication, and translation that all beings on this planet Earth will be in understanding. Then when we're talking about systems like music, hip-hop is I consider hip-hop basically a type 1 system when you're talking about music. Because hip-hop produced beings, number one, and tones and frequencies and rhythms that are known all across the planet Earth.
It's mathematical.
Right. And then you have other beings, the Beyoncés of the world, the Kanyes of the world, who are known by people all throughout the entire planet Earth. You understand me? From a one world system, these are very identifiable symbols right? Because they're not, you don't know the person.
Yeah.
So the person is, the brand is a symbol, which is a representation of a energy.
Yeah.
You understand me? That has a translation that creates feeling, right, from each person that knows it in their perspective and their connection to it. But after I say all of that, I say all that to say hip-hop culture is the most powerful energy that exists on this planet Earth. You understand me? Because it can move reality in ways that we don't even understand yet. Because it's a one-world communication system to all melanated people across the planet Earth. That we can literally put everybody on the same vibration and frequency, you understand me, by exporting culture throughout the diaspora.
Yeah.
And if we understood how powerful that concept was, we have the ability to leap past and make quantum leaps over everybody with this system that we've created called hip-hop. And this is why we have so many culture vultures, because culture vultures understand this expressway throughout the world.
Oh, yeah.
If I connect to a rapper, if I'm a white guy, and if I'm a smart white guy, I need to, and if I can afford it, I need to get close to the rappers.
Yeah.
The rappers don't realize they have more leverage than I do.
They're the big influencers of the world.
Biggest. I've never seen a rapper understood their value so much when they stand next to a white guy and give them their presence.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing is you're giving them an entry into culture, and you're giving them an audience where you're spreading their message and connecting them to hip-hop.
Right.
And it's wildly known that there are a lot of culture vultures. We just don't speak on it.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because people are, favored for this, favored for that. But once you really understand it, there was I'm not going to name a name at this point, famous, I think might be a billionaire, maybe a couple $100 million or whatever. But I was speaking in the same arena he was speaking in. He was speaking right after me.
Yeah.
And I kept trying to rub shoulders. I'm giving him the cold shoulder.
Yeah.
And I don't want no pictures, no nothing.
Right.
Because what I realized that he would get more value if I took a picture with him than he would get from me.
Right.
Because now he's connected to top thought leader in the culture. He seems down. You understand me? He seems connected.
Yeah.
History will look at that picture and say we had a relationship.
Yeah.
You understand me? How could he be other than, in the way we trying to depict his morality if he was connected to 19 keys at that time?
Yep.
So why wouldn't I utilize that as leverage? Why would I just allow somebody to absorb my value, connect to my culture, but we don't think about time? We don't think about our true power at all.
Energy vampires.
Energy vampires.
Yeah.
And we utilize our dead leaders as our coal and our energy. You understand me?
Yeah.
So we're not operating in the present system, controlling our weather, controlling our culture, controlling our time, controlling our language, our mind, our music.
Yeah.
So for me, it's about taking, melanated people from a type 0 civilization to a type 1 civilization.
Yeah.
And then, type 2 and 3, those civilizations, you talking about controlling planets.
Oh, yeah.
All kind of stuff. We don't even need to go there yet. We're far off. But it's an interesting model and it's an interesting idea when you're talking about measuring progress of a people that have been trapped under another people's thumb.
Yeah.
You understand me? And working to increase the aggregate efficiency of our output.
Yeah.
What we put out based on the energy that we get back.
Yeah.
And how do we increase that as a people, for a revolution.
Yeah.
Right? But I want to talk to you about something else, because I heard you talking about AI. Now, I look at, we know we are in a time of declining population.
Yeah.
Right? Specifically in America anyway. You understand me? When Elon Musk said that, we need population growth, and Bill Gates said we need population decline.
Yeah.
But what I realized, they were talking about two different places. Elon Musk was talking about America, Bill Gates was talking about Africa.
Yep.
So Bill Gates was saying that they're going to have another 2 billion people by 2050. We need population decline over there. Yeah. Elon Musk say, well, listen, we already have fewer births than we do deaths. You understand me? So therefore, we're on a decline.
Yeah.
We need more birth, right? So he trying to get out of here.
Yeah, he's trying to go. He's trying to get out.
He said, I'm out, man. The party too crowded. You feel me? He grew up in South Africa, so he know what it's like, where it's 7% of them over there.
You know.
So it's interesting because I look at those who are in power, of course. Power wants to maintain power.
Yeah.
Right? So it only makes sense that the people that are in power wants to continue to cede power, and they don't want to concede power to anybody else. So when you're talking about playing God, that's what they want to do. If you can't have the population size, we have to figure out another way to maintain control.
Yeah.
And AI, to me, is one of those ways to be able to maintain control. Mm-hmm. You won't have the brain trust anywhere because people outside are no longer just coming in and saying, well, we'll give our brain to America, spark invention and innovation.
Yeah.
There's decreasing innovation and invention in this country.
Yeah.
So not only you got AI in the form of artificial intelligence, and I'm 19 keys, so I break things down into 1-9. But A is numerical 1 and I is numerical 9. And that 19 is representation of male, female, conscious, subconscious, you understand me? God itself, because everything is between that 1 through 9.
Gotcha.
Collapse back into a 1. When we talk about artificial intelligence, it's more so not even just AI of artificial intelligence, artificial insemination, artificial ingredients as well, right? And these are all the ways that I see that those are in power are working to maintain power utilizing AI. Can you speak upon the future of AI and where we headed?
Yeah, definitely. The AI is it's dangerous. If you look into the ancient Sumerian tablets, you'll discover in the Epic of Gilgamesh, who was considered to be half human, half god. They call him a demigod. His father was Enki, and he had a human mother, according to the tablets.
Yeah.
And they wanted to send Enlil, who's his uncle, sent him on a journey, a hero's journey. This is the original story of Noah's Ark, by the way. This is where the Bible got it from.
So Sumerian, for those who don't know, the Anunnaki, first civilization?
First civilization, the cradle of civilization, they call it the cradle of civilization coming out of Mesopotamia.
What did they invent?
Roads, city grid streets, bicameral Congress, plumbing systems. I mean, you name it, everything you could think of, schooling and chemistry and mathematics, and they even had a metric system back then. You're talking about, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had a metric system. And so they literally, the whole modern society we have today came out of Sumer. There's a tablet where Enlil is speaking, and he's showing his sister this crystal tablet, by the way, is what it's called. And he's showing her his plans for all time on this planet. He said, these plans I have here, these plans are going to last for all time. And that's where we're still in it today. We still got the same Poly Trickster program he put in back then. They had their own numerical kingship, the way they ran their selves, but they gave humans the political system.
Attention viewers, we apologize for the interruption, but we have an important announcement. A $6,400 subsidy program that was approved in November is ending in a few hours. If you are struggling financially, this could be your last chance to get extra assistance. The subsidy is only for those under 65 facing economic hardship. It can help cover essential costs like food, rent, and medical bills. Time is running out to register and secure the $6,400 before the program ends. You have only a few hours left to apply. We know these are difficult times for many. This subsidy could provide crucial relief if you're having trouble making ends meet. To learn more and register for the $6,400, please click below as soon as possible. Spots are limited. Don't miss this opportunity to get help. Again, we apologize for interrupting your show. We just wanted to alert those in need before it's too late to register. Please take advantage of this program while you still can.
They gave humans the political system.
That's a very
and they also installed inflation at that same exact time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a very, 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 very interesting idea. So in that system, right, I know that children who are born, and at the same time you're born in any time, you succumb to a dominant paradigm. The dominant frequency wins, right? And so do you believe that based on, the Anunnaki or Enlil having this crystal tablet, you understand me, where he wrote down his plans for time dominance, you understand me, so that he can conquer ages of time, do you think that it's possible to go against that plan, you understand me, and create our own will for the planet?
Yeah, it can. The program that he put in was so good. We're born, we're given a name, a race, and a religion, and we're basically, we grow up defending that whole identity. It's a fake identity. It's not really us. We've kind of forgotten and relinquished who we really are and given it up to this system, this institutionalized system that was put in place thousands of years ago. But if we really come together, that's the biggest part we got to do. We got to come together and stop all this divide and conquer. You're this religion, I'm this thing, or you're this light skin and I'm this dark skin. All this stuff we got to, black men want to fight black men all the time. We want to attack each other socially now on social media because You doing too good, and I'm not doing as good as you. We got to drop all of that. We got to stop all of that, and we got to synchronize. We got to realize that we're better together than apart. Not tearing each other down, fighting each other, slapping each other, all this kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
We got to come together, and we got to realize, man, how can I bring a piece of the puzzle? How can you bring a piece of the puzzle? You know what I'm saying? Just sitting there talking to you, you got pieces of the puzzle that I don't have, and I got pieces of the puzzle that you don't have. We can start building a whole doggone puzzle. We can put a puzzle together. And you add more people. Next thing you know, that picture, that painting is amazing.
Yeah.
We can make a mosaic.
Yeah.
And so until we get to that point, though, we're always going to be bickering and fighting and arguing over resources and pocket watching and hating and worrying about this and worrying about that, because that's the program they instilled into us. We got to now override this DNA and this RNA programming code. We got to say, you know what? We got to talk to ourselves. You know what? I'm being a hater right now. I'm being a troll right now. I'm pocket watching right now. I'm being jealous right now. Why am I doing that? And analyze inside of ourselves. Why am I doing this? Why do I feel like this? And work on our internal self and learn how to not be that way. Learn how to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Learn how to try to work with somebody. Learn how to ask better questions so you can understand better instead of getting angry. And, learn how to control your emotional state. And when we can do that and we can link up and we can make big power moves together, that's when the world's going to change.
That's very powerful. You understand me? And, of course, it's something that, we've known but not been able to do.
Yeah.
So we talk about DNA, right? Because really, in order to give a breakdown on, the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, we need to dedicate an entire right breakdown for that story, and we can, say that for another day and time. But I want to go and talk about DNA and the ability to upgrade our DNA. Yeah. One of the ways that I upgrade my DNA is through travel. You understand me? And through meditation and eating and environment, things of that nature. But can you talk about DNA and our ability to upgrade our DNA and some of the methods that we can utilize practically?
Definitely. First of all, people have to understand that DNA is a storage medium. It actually stores data and information. So when we say things like your program code and you're operating off your code, it's actually a true scientific statement. 1 gram of DNA can hold 433 petabytes of data. This one scientist, George Church, replicated his ebook 80 billion times and downloaded it onto 1 gram of DNA, which is one drop on the tip of your finger.
80 billion.
80 billion. What he did was he realized that DNA stored information. He was like, wow, our body's full of data. The whole human body is full of data. Billions and billions and billions of petabytes of data. And what he said was, he realized you can take data from a server, a computer, and convert it from zeros and ones into A's, C's, T's, and G's, which is what your DNA reads. And then you can actually download the data into the DNA and store data in a volume instead of storing it linear, like time, one arrow. But when you can store it in a volume, you can store much more information. So then he replicated it 80 billion times, and then he transferred from DNA, from A's, C's, T's, and G's back into zeros and ones and uploaded it back into a computer. So he recognized that DNA is also a server. He's like, man, this is incredible. So we have this ability in us to move data and information. Now, because of something called epigenetic memories, we know that 15 to 20 generations before us, that programming code was downloaded into our body. So you're born with this hard-coded information already in your body. Most of it is only, though, this is the sad part, is only trauma that came from previous generations. All the slave beatings and whoopings and the separation of loved ones and the buck fighting and all that stuff, it's in your body. That's why when black people start feeling like I'm depressed, I got PTSD, but they don't know why. I'm feeling down or ill or angry or whatever. A lot of it is it's the epigenetics. So to overcome this, what scientists realize, you can actually start to re-encode that DNA by doing simple things. Simple. One thing is, write down 10 positive affirmations about yourself. And then speak those out loud 3 times a day, out loud, for 21 days. And your DNA begins to change and rewrite itself. You begin to start to believe those cymatic frequencies coming out of your mouth. That your body is actually listening to the information. Like you said before, the body is mostly water. The water has memory. The water in your body speaks conscious energy. So when you are releasing that conscious energy into the atmosphere, your body is then absorbing it back into the water, and then the light force energy is rewriting your DNA. And so we can actually rewrite our DNA. We can change the way we think and see and feel about ourselves just by speaking out loud. Like you said, meditation. And I love travel. That's all I do is travel nonstop. You already know that. That's going to enlighten and open up, broaden all your horizons. It's going to make you see things from other perspectives and understand. It's going to raise your consciousness. Traveling, I tell people all the time, leave your zip code. You got to.
No, that's a fact, because you got to think about the making of a slave. If I want to make somebody a slave, I don't want them to see the world.
Right.
You understand me? I need them to only see from my perspective.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because therefore, they're going to have my same biases engineered within them, and I can control the radius of where they go.
Yeah.
You may think that, oh, if you walk over here, you might die. Somebody's going to attack you. But if you actually traveled there, there's no way a person can make up that lie that causes you to halt yourself within fear.
Yeah.
Right? And most people, God is fear. You understand me? Everything that they fear creates the radius, the circumference, the diameter of their thinking, their movement, right? Their entire being. And so breaking away from, you know, those connections of fear allows you to be restored into who you really are, to walk around as a child. A child doesn't know fear. A child is programmed into fear. A child is programmed into civilization. You understand me? Coming under jurisdiction and code to operate in a manner of behavior that allows them to, you know, be so-calledly free within a world of this social contract that we have. But the reality of it is that for us to be able to develop and to grow into who we are and to be able to transition out of these thought forms that control this world, you understand me, and to break these cabals of power, it has to start with this realization that becomes a field. Or you talked about unity. You know, like Muhammad said, our unity is more powerful than an atomic bomb. But then when you think about what is an atomic bomb, you understand me? The breaking of those atoms. You understand me? And, you know, when we build, you know, the guys always talk about, you know, we cracking atoms. You understand me? We create new worlds. But when we think about all of that energy coming together, because, you know, human being energies are joules. You understand me? And if we were able to bring that electricity together, it literally would be an atomic bomb. And that sort of energy has the ability to create atomic shift on this planet. You understand me? That can create new paradigm shifts on this planet Earth. So anytime anything is observed through the collective, a shift happens at that moment. There's no collective observations or world events that don't change the world. Because once the whole entire world gains a collective perspective on something, it creates a new dimension, a new angle, a new inventions, innovations, realities. Everything starts to happen from that moment. And we've been through many of them in our lifetime already. It's just in the last 10 years. We've been through recessions, paradigm shifts, different new presidents. We've been through 9/11. We've been through so many different things. Today, during the timing of this filming, there's a terrorist attack that happened. And April happens to be one of the most observant months of white terrorist attacks, right? From Timothy McVeigh, from the Oklahoma bombings to the Columbine, right?
Wow.
And it's a few other ones. April is one of those, you know, it's the 4th month. It's a lot of things that happen on the 4s. And once we understand that we living in this world of a four-corner contract, you understand me, that, you know, paperwork rules this world, and it lifts us off of being attached to the land itself. That when we walk around, we don't look down at our feet and say we own the land. We have dominion over the land. We think that we're always on someone else's land. We're always under someone else's control. And that mental observation depletes the soul of being able to have a real connection with the earth itself.
It does.
When you look around, there's somebody who has sky rights and land rights. Not ownership, but rights. Right? And once we realize we living in someone else's plans, as you say. Whether you believe it's the Anunnaki, whether you believe it's the 1%, whether you believe it's these families of control, you have to know that we're living in somebody else's time system, and it works very well.
Oh, very well.
Very well.
They mastered this sucker.
Way too well, matter of fact. You know, and we are controlled by invisible forces. And if you don't think you do, you stop at that stop sign. You stop when there's a street light. You understand me? And you don't cross that line because something may happen to you. An invisible force, no police around, no people. But you still listen. You understand me? That is, I mean, you're talking about some people, it may not be cars for miles. And they will still follow that system.
Yeah.
Right? I want you to touch on the ideas of systems. You know, because institutions is what I focus on, like the reality of we building institutions are only things that can dominate existing systems.
Right.
But what is the energy form of a system to where it actually has real power and control over human forms?
Yeah. Well, the way that they built all these institutionalized systems that we have that are controlling mankind, they're all predicated on fear. You'll find that fear is the biggest thing. For example, you go to school, if you don't get good grades, you're going to get in trouble. You know, you won't pass the next grade. If you act up in school, you don't stay in line or whatever, you might get spanked with the ruler or the paddle or whatever. You know, obviously on the street is follow these exact rules or you're going to go to prison. You know, so they have all these systems in place. And these systems that they put in place, when they have these little fear factors built into them, even religion has a lot of fear factors put into it.
Absolutely.
People fall in line because why? Fear is the body pays attention to fear first. The mind is always, okay, there's fear. I gotta stop this fear. I gotta do whatever it takes to not allow this, whatever this fear is, to happen. I don't want it to happen to me. So the body goes into fight or flight mode, and then it starts focusing on the fear. Once the body does that, these people who rule, the ruling elite, they know that we got them with the fear. Now we can manipulate them to do whatever we want. So they always do the same thing. They create the problem, okay? They wait for the reaction, and then they provide the solution to that problem. So they're actually manipulating all sides of it based on fear. The fear is a key thing in all these institutions that has us locked in, because people, when that fear hits them, they don't recognize that fear is not real. False evidence appearing real. That's what fear is, right? The acronym. But for them, it's as real as it can be. But in true reality, fear is a choice.
Yeah, fear comes from ignorance.
Yeah.
You know, once you know something, there's nothing to fear because you have all the data. You know exactly how to move, what not to do, exactly what it is, what's not. You know, and once you come to that realization, it gives you so much power over all.
Yeah.
Right? And so becoming fearless, you understand me, is key.
Yeah.
Our bodies all automatically store systems to tell us fight or flight.
Yeah.
That in moments of situation is giving us a signal that you are in danger.
Yeah.
So this danger needs to teach you to make a decision.
Exactly.
Either this tiger that's coming right now, you understand me, are you going to stand very still and hope that it doesn't attack you, or are you going to run, right? Or are you going to fight?
Yeah.
You understand me? Because they're fright, flight, and fight. You understand me? And I think that that's one, and the fight is the decision that you have.
Yeah.
That even if this tiger is so close, I can't run, I can't stand still now, not here. I have to figure out a way where I'd rather go down fight.
Yeah.
And I think that that's the part of human decision making that is never deposited as an idea of this is an option.
Yeah.
That you can always choose to fight.
Yeah.
Every moment in every situation, even if the certainty is death.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because at least you would die being alive.
Exactly.
You understand me?
Exactly.
But to freeze or just to run, because there's times where, flight is the most, intelligent option that you have. Right? The fighting.
Yeah.
There's something so powerful and majestic about that, because that's the human spirit colliding with whatever force that is in front of it.
Yeah.
When you see two boxers fight, those are spirits going at it.
Right.
And whoever has the most will win. You understand me? Not even sometimes we have the most skill or better technique.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's all about who got that greatest spirit.
Yeah.
Because the fight is often won before you get into the ring.
That's right.
There's one spirit that's already decided, whether it's deep into their consciousness, subconscious, where they don't even know it yet.
Yeah.
They've already decided that they're the loser.
Yeah.
You understand me? And sometimes you can try to overcome it with confidence, right? What you know about yourself and my training, my skill, your overcome it with your ego. You understand me? Like, I can do this even if I can't do this. You understand me?
Yeah.
But then there's mathematics. Mathematics of this person's skill, level, confidence, will, all of this is higher than your frequency.
Yeah.
And when these collide, this one is going to win.
Yeah.
And that's why I like the idea of mathematics, because mathematics really sets us upon understanding reality in a very practical and logical capacity.
Yeah.
There's spiritual intuition and spiritual intelligence, yes.
Yeah.
100%. And I think that wholly on this planet Earth, men and women are disconnected between the feminine energy that exists. Men are completely disconnected nowadays from the masculine energy, but the feminine energy, because we talk about a woman's movement, but there's not a lot of feminine energy involved in the movements. And the feminine energy, you know, Mother Tanetta talked about it. She talked about the 9 planets, right? And the feminine. Okay. And in the connection with, you know, the astronomy and the feminine energy. And why that 9, you know, circulates that 1. I told you we'll get to the 1 9. Yeah. We're going to always find the 1 9. But we talk about them that 9 circulating that 1, that consciousness circulating subconsciousness. And 1995, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan opened up the Million Man March speech with the secrets of the number 19. And he talked about the idea that when that 1 is next to the 9, it represents something to be uncovered. You understand me? And then he went on to break down that these monuments that was there representing the 16th and the 3rd president is 19. And he said that this monument up here is 555 feet high. You put a 1 next to that, represents 1555 when black people came over here. Yeah. And he said that on these shores and these steps, you understand me, were a trade of black bodies, representing some of the Masonic secrets of how they first produced this country. Yeah. You understand me? And he was giving that breakdown in front of course, almost 2 million black men, future president, future billionaires of the planet Earth, everybody. Yeah. That was a world-shifting event, but when I listened to that, I thought about the fact that, you know, the body itself, our bodies, you know, atoms, I call Allah the original man, ATOM, you understand me? Or I say AGTC, Allah God the creator. Yeah. You understand me? But at the end of the day, our bodies, our carbon bodies, our melanin bodies, we are electric, you know, frequencies. You understand me? We are the most powerful electric conduits. You understand me? Just based on our physicality. And I think what happens with society, number 1, jealousy, but 2 is the lack of appreciation of our parts we're supposed to play on this planet. Right. You understand me? That, yeah, we gonna always be dark melanated, beautiful, shiny, sheen beings. You understand me? Yeah. But when you allow things like the Hermetic prophecies that talked about, you know, when human beings developed, so-called developed intelligence, those were white human beings, and that being spread across the ecosystem of the planet Earth, creating a white supremacy, and then validated people like, well, man, we was charting star systems and speaking in geometry and using mathematical language, you understand me, before we ever seen a light-skinned person on this planet Earth. Yeah, yeah. But you can't, if you want to do anything for race relations, you cannot forget about the story of time. You can't. And I ain't going to ever call it history. History is just a lie. Yeah. The story of time is about what happened on this planet, the true history. The true history. And if you ever, if a white person, a black person, brown, yellow, orange, all these frequencies of colors that represent subscriptions to different cultures, ideologies, values, norms, rituals, ever want to have a place where there's commonality and trust and alignment, you have to accept the truth of reality. Not the stories that was told by the winners and conquerors that fit the propaganda of the controllers and rulers, but the true story on this planet Earth. Yeah. That's the only way we get to a true compromise between the people on this planet Earth that have a treaty of understanding. You understand me? I tell people the past is prologue. Until you, people say, why do you always study the past? Why are you into this ancient texts and ancient books and all? Because until you understand what happened back then, you won't be able to build a future. The future is going to be built based on what you know about your true past and your true history. If you can't figure out at least as close as possible to what was happening back then, the future is still going to be a gray area. Aliens. Yeah. Let's talk about aliens. Yeah. You can't have Mr. Billy Carson on here without talking about aliens. My theory is aliens are black men. Yeah. That's my theory. Now, and of course this comes from many different sources, but I remember I was reading something, or watching it rather, I can't tell you the difference, where they was talking about, you know, spacesuits, human spacesuits, and how human beings will have to change if they were traveling in space, right? Number one, there's more radiation, so you're going to have darker melanin skin. The lack of gravity, you will have a smaller, less dense body, so you're going to be a skinny, dark-skinned, big head, black man or woman. You understand me? So, you know, these are spacesuits.
Right.
I mean,
we
deal with radiation. That's what the melanin does.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Radiation and the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you believe in aliens?
I believe in aliens.
Are you an alien?
Well, you know, we're all aliens. You know what I'm saying? So
alien might answer like that. Some people say this brother be thinking, man, he might be an alien.
A lot of people say that, but I think that we are the aliens. You know, when you talk to the Aboriginals, I went to Australia. I went on a walkabout 8 miles out into the doggone nowhere, nothingness. I mean, just out there, man, with the fires.
Yeah.
Okay. This is right before the lockdown came, and I'm out there looking for these ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs in Carryong 9 in Australia, which we found them. We sent those glyphs to the Board of Antiquities of Egypt, and they authenticated them as being authentic Proto-Egyptian hieroglyphs. And so my conversation with the elders was, you know, what is your homegrown, handed-down verbal history? Because they have a verbal history. And the Aboriginal elders said that they were seeded on this planet. They said that the Pleiadians brought them to Earth, and they were the first people on Earth. Those are black Aboriginals.
Who are the Pleiadians?
The Pleiadians, if you look up in the sky at night, there's this area of the sky where they call them the Seven Sisters. Homer's Iliad talks about them. They're talked about in the Bible, talked about in Sumerian tablets. The Greeks, the Romans, they all look up to the Pleiades. It's actually, we call them the Seven Sisters because only 7 bright stars you can see with the naked eye, but there's many more stars there. But in that region of the sky, according to so many ancient texts, so many ancient civilizations, there was advanced civilizations there. Before this area had any inhabitants, that was the region or sector of the galaxy that had a lot of life. But a big war broke out. And in this war, there was something being used called the Brahmahanda weapon, okay? The Brahmahanda weapon, which actually could destroy planets. And this weapon would blow up planets. And imagine if you're in a star system and this planet's blowing up, debris, planet-sized debris is crashing into your planet. So this created a space refugee situation, kind of, you know.
Space refugees?
Well, yeah, space refugees. And they started fleeing and going out to different stars. Orion, Aldebaran, Zeta Reticulus, you know, all these different star systems. Sirius, Draco. This is why
they had the Draco?
Oh, yeah, the Draco star system's up there. That's what the Great Pyramid in Giza in Cairo is aligned with those, with Draco, Aldebaran, Orion, and Sirius. And so we were like, man, what's going on here? So the more you dig into this text, it's like, man, these people fled from war, re-established themselves on other planets, and eventually found this solar system and came down here and created another breakaway civilization. These were the Atlantean people. Now, when you analyze the text, it gives descriptions of these peoples from time to time. And if you look at, for example, the Sphinx in Egypt, you look at the features on the Sphinx, you can see this. It's a face of a black person, right? And what's interesting is some of these Anunnaki, they were more albino. Not all of them. Some had albino type skin. They weren't Caucasian white, but they had albino skin, but they had the African features. Some of them had blue eyes, but they had the knotted hair.
Like Prometheus.
Right, kind of like that. But Prometheus is still kind of really more almost like milk white. If you look at a black mulatto, or a black person that has that, you know, that skin condition.
Glow.
And but they had the knotted hair, knotted blonde hair, and blue eyes. A lot of them.
Like the Aborigines.
Yeah, like the Aboriginals, and also the people of Melanesia, right here, you know, in Asia. And so I did a whole story on those, a whole TV show on those before. So I really dug deep into it. I was like, wow, these people are really potentially not from this planet. And so the more you analyze it and realize, wow, then other people from other star systems brought humans here. This is like, this Earth is like
parents abandoning their kids.
No. What it was is like they were trying to find a place to keep their civilization going. Not so much like the species going. Okay, and so that's why you have people that look Asian and people that look Caucasian and people that look black and people look. There's a mixture of people, according to what I've read, that appear to be dropped off here. This is like an abandoned seed colony. This planet.
Interesting.
That, you know, and then after that, much later, these other people showed up. These other Anunnaki people showed up, took advantage of a situation where people were in a lower state of consciousness. They were not technologically advanced. We were more advanced spiritually.
So when they were dropped off, you saying that the races were dropped off, or were they all dark-skinned, melanated people?
The first people on this planet were all black, and then you find something interesting in the Emerald Tablets. After Thoth comes to the land of Chem to help rebuild civilization because the flood had destroyed Chem. After he does it, he tells his people that he brought with him. He brought people with him from other planets, and they went around the planet. He said, go around the planet and duplicate what we did here. Now, this is my personal belief. This is not in any text. I always tell you the difference between what I believe and what I've read. Mm-hmm. Now, these people, for example, if I'm now going to be the king or the ruler of Asia, and I'm a being from a place that looks Asian, I'm going to brand those people. I think they genetically branded people to look, in other words, these are my people. Look at them, they look just like me. And the reason why I say this is because if you go and look into genetic books, the geneticists actually discovered that the difference between a black person, a white person, an Asian person, a Native American person, 2% variance in genes. But that 2% variance that makes a different race altogether couldn't happen in 200,000 years. That's the only amount of time we've been here. So they're saying it would have taken millions, multi-millions of years for that to happen, naturally.
Now, for my studies, there's no records of Caucasians past 6,000 years.
See, Caucasians are the newest race on the planet. They're the newest race. If you look at the Sumerian tablets, the Caucasians came from out of the Caucasus Mountains. It says something to the effect of when they were in the Caucasus, they then, he said, the exact terminology was that they, there's a certain term that they use for that. Not manufactured the Caucasian, but they said that they had, the word will come back to me. It's like they made them in a way. It's something, it's a terminology that they use, it'll come back to me, that how they made the Caucasian. But they're the newest being on the planet, according to these texts. The other races were already here. We had blue people, green people. You had, black. You had yellow. Yeah.
This would be a great movie.
Yeah.
Now, there's a belief that, based on studying the Anunnaki, that they are coming back. You understand me? So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, in all the texts, they always say that they're going to return. The reason why they left was there was a pyramid war. It was the second pyramid war. Amun-Ra, also known as Marduk. You can look up Marduk's name in the Torah. He's in the Bible. He's in the Sumerian tablets. These guys everywhere. He's Amun-Ra. He started a war because he wanted to extend his kingship. He wanted to take over kingship in other areas that he wasn't supposed to on the planet, so forth, so on. And so that war was nuclear. They used weapons, and the reason why you know it's nuclear because the description of the way that the people were dying, it was that they said the black people, this specifically says that their nails were falling out, their hair was falling out, blood was coming out of their eyes. This is radiation sickness, obviously. Mm-hmm. And so we know that it was a nuclear war. When you go into those regions, the Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, the buildings there turned to glass. They're still sitting there. The bodies are laying in the street, holding hands. No animals have scavenged on those bodies. They're still laying there. You go to Africa, to Cairo, and you go to Giza. If you put your hand in the sand and pull up, every now and then you pull up balls of glass. That's what they used to carve the scarab beetles out of, because they're making an ode to the gods for the war that happened. So to turn sand into glass, you have to have 3,000 degree temperature blast. Right? So we know that there was a war that happened that created this situation. So it's just really amazing, man. The technology we have now is just a copycat of what they already had back then. And that war is what really caused them to want to flee. In one of the tablets, Enki goes to Anu and says, can you please stop the evil wind? That's what they call it. That's nuclear fallout. He's like, there's nothing I can do. Forebode and get in your ship. And so he told him, like, turn around, man, get in that ship. We got to get out of here because this thing is coming. And they said that evil wind covered the land and killed all the animals, the people, and everything else. And a lot of these people never came back. But they said that, that they'll be coming back. Now, there's two ways to look at it. One way is some of the offspring is still here on this planet. Probably most likely maybe that ruling elite class. And then it's said that there will be some type of a future situation where they will return and take back claim of the rightful kingship of this planet. So, and in the Emerald Tablets, it says the same thing, which is interesting because it's even older than those tablets. It's like 36,000 years old. and it says that far in the future, an enemy will come from deep space. So it's pretty interesting.
No, it's definitely interesting. Now, what are the different type of aliens? You know, because you got the grays, you got the blacks. I want to know what's the different type of aliens.
There's all kinds. You know, you have black people. I think most of the UFOs that are flying overhead are being piloted by black people. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, that's very interesting because Honorable Elijah Muhammad said decades ago that there was a mothership up there, you understand me? And he gave a full description of the mechanics of the mothership, how it was piloted, you understand me, how the people lived. Wow. And he said, I believe it was made in Japan, you understand me, during that time. And, you know, he was the first to introduce the concept of like aliens and telling the government, you understand me, that the mothership was going to destroy them. Wow. With these different type of bombs that they had, and he gave a breakdown on how many baby planes that were there, and that there were black men and women up there. Like it's a very detailed account. And then after that, in the 1930s is when they started to create those programs towards observing UFOs, and then started to create counter stories of why they were UFOs, right? But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad maintained his knowledge of UFOs and the account of their existence, and so does the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan today. And number one, I don't believe the UFO community gives any real reverence and appreciation to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was doing back in those days. And
he knew that he was ahead of his time.
Oh, yeah, for surely. Oh, he was ahead. He was breaking it down back then. You understand me? He was like, listen, man, here's the people of Mars. We got the mothership up there. You understand me? There's black people in the mothership. They got the baby planes. They got these certain type of missiles. When they drop, it's going to do this, that, and the third. Like, it wasn't without detail. You understand me? And he told them this is how it worked. This is how they were able to build it. This is how they funded the sources to be able to build it. They were a collective of scientists that was able to come together. Like, how long it stays in the atmosphere, how long does it have to come down here. Like, it's a very detailed account. And it's funny because there's many things that are controversial towards the Nation of Islam. I've never seen any, like, I've never seen the government itself attack that aspect of the Nation of Islam.
They don't say nothing about that.
Which I would think would be the most open part you would talk about. Like, hey, this man talks this, that, and the third. Let's attack this. He's crazy. But that's never been, you understand me, something that they use as a point of attack. Right? Which is very interesting to note. So I've always grew up with the idea of UFOs and aliens, you understand me, just as, you know, a knowledge in the household.
People just get scared. They think that we're talking about little green men. Now we're talking about men and women, people that look just like us. The majority of people that we call aliens look just like us, in my opinion.
I would imagine, and if you gotta understand, if I'm an alien, I'm up there, I wouldn't want to come to Earth.
It's ghetto.
Like, if I got a little alien TV, you know what I'm saying, and I'm watching the reality Earth, the reality TV Earth. That's what it was called. It's called reality TV Earth. And I'm flipping these different channels, and y'all tripping. You know, oh man, this what the Bloods is doing. This what the pharmacists. I don't ever want to come down there. If I get caught, they throw me in the prison for life. If I don't know all their rules and I trip off, guess what? I'm not coming down there. You understand me? That would just make sense to me.
It does. See, it was easier for them to interact with people when we had less technology, and we were more green, so to speak, because there was no immediate threat on their life. There was nothing we could do. Matter of fact, we saw them as gods.
Right.
Now, with all this technology and the military-industrial complex wanting to weaponize anything they can get their hands on, they want to take them down, they want to shoot them down, they want to get their hands on them and see what they can turn into weapons. What kind of technology can we convert into weapons for ourselves? How can we reverse engineer this stuff? That's all they're focused on.
Yeah, I mean, human beings are not nice. You understand? We want to steal their technology and then use it for ourselves, and if we get them, most likely you'll capture the science of their biology. Who want to come to Earth with that?
You put them in a zoo.
We wonder if aliens are hostile, but we already hostile.
We're the hostile ones.
We hostile to aliens of other countries. So I know we're going to be hostile to aliens from other planets.
I know. It's crazy. It's
like,
true.
A guarantee. You understand? Be like, you don't want to let a human being to over one border to another. So you're telling me I'm coming from another planet and y'all going to let me come kick it and share resources in life? Ain't no way, no how.
Not going to happen.
Especially, but the old saying is that you know, if aliens have the technology in which we believe they have and the abilities to travel, and that means that number one, they're much far advanced than we are, which requires a greater level of intelligence. And so they would have more capabilities of wiping us out than we ever could imagine.
Oh, yeah.
You understand me? In ways that we wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah.
Right? As much as the human intelligence has evolved collectively, because you know, I don't think that the average human being is that much more intelligent than somebody in the 1800s.
Right.
Besides the fact we have more access, right? But when we talk about true human evolution, we're talking about upgrades of our DNA.
Right.
We're talking about upgrading and the processing of information and how we output that to solve daily problems and issues. And the average person is not that intelligent.
No.
That's why we
the smartphones are making us dumber.
Yeah, that's a super fact.
Yeah.
You understand me? And the radiation is destroying our ability to focus.
Yeah.
And human beings collectively need focus in order to grow.
Yeah.
You understand me? Like, if you don't have no focus in your life, you're distracted to the point where you can't give birth to none of your ideas.
That's right.
You understand me? So it's like, you know, aliens, I feel like the concept of them are interesting. And I think that the world needs mysteries in order to give us more reasons to be alive.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because the moment we figure out everything else, there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
You know, and we know why the cosmos was created, how it was created, at every single point in step. That the reality of it is there's an impossibility for certain knowledge to be known. We can theorize based on our level of intelligence, but who's to say that the math that we have is like not baby's math?
Right.
You know, and then we discover a completely new type of math that allow us to phase through things and open portals and create different versions of reality and different colors to see. Like, who's to say that there's not a science like that exists? But the same way where we can only see a certain spectrum of the light, maybe our minds can only compute a certain spectrum of knowledge.
That's so true. We can only compute to a certain amount because it's only based on our level of consciousness.
Right. But that also means to me, though, that I don't believe in the idea of impossible. You understand me? I think that there's something that exists that I don't measure size based on value. So it's like, let's say human beings are just a cell, you understand me, and the bacteria of the universe.
Yeah.
You understand me? That doesn't mean we don't have value, because the way that we experience reality is our value in itself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You understand me? That we are energy and that we wouldn't be in existence if we didn't have a level of value.
Yeah.
It's just that I think we come up with more system to devalue ourselves than anything.
Right.
We think about how vast the universe is only to think about how small we are.
Right.
Human beings need to constantly downgrade themselves and constantly demean themselves to put themselves in their own place.
Right.
And in that thought process, we are becoming our own gods, sitting ourselves saying that humble yourself, humble yourself.
Yeah.
We try to find a million different ways to humble ourselves.
Always.
Because that would mean to tell me that our brain is working to control how powerful we really are. You understand me? And let free and really understanding who you really are, that's when you just start creating more and more.
When you get to that level, anything that you think of, you just do.
Yeah.
I just bought an electric guitar before. I'm going to learn how to play the electric guitar. You know, my girl was like, "You bought an electric guitar?" I said, "Yeah, I just want to learn how to play it."
Yeah.
I bought a violin, I played the violin. Whatever I want to do, I just do it. Yeah. Because I see it as we are this, entity here, and the universe is vast. But I see it as I'm a part of something huge, where other people see it as I'm just a speck in the dark.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But, so let me ask you this. You discovered a black satellite?
The Black Knight satellite. I didn't discover it. It's already up there. But
well, you know the rules on this planet.
Yeah, I know.
You know, we're going by Christopher Columbus law.
Yeah.
You discovered this, man.
Yeah. Well, of course. And so what happened was I had heard about it and researched it years ago.
Well, first, let's say, what is the Black Knight satellite?
Okay, the Black Knight satellite is an object.
Like Batman got his
I know. It's crazy. This is real crazy. So this is an object orbiting the planet. And it's well documented. It's actually on the space agency servers. It's on the military servers. It's on university website servers. The object is that they've labeled it space junk. So what they're saying is this object, which was detected all the way back in the late 1800s by Nikola Tesla first. He picked up a signal from it. Then, the 1950s, ham radio operators picked up the signal again and actually decoded the signal. 1960, Duncan Lunan wrote an article. He's a journalist for Time Magazine. Wrote an article about the object. It made Time Magazine, and then many more consequential articles came out about this object because why? It was changing its own orbits. It was in the first equatorial orbit, then it went to a polar orbit. When Sputnik was launched in 1964, it followed Sputnik to the moon. This thing is under intelligent control. It's about 15,000 tons. And so what happened was the United States saw it up there, Russia saw it up there. Russia thought it was us, we thought it was Russia. Then we both said, wait a minute, we can't launch nothing like this. We don't even have this kind of technology. And so they were like, damn, what is this? So they really started looking at this thing and analyzing it. And we finally got a chance to see it close up personal with the STS missions, the space shuttle missions. Took HD quality video and photos of this thing. And they were like, wow, we're going to call it junk because we don't know what this is. They're afraid to touch it. They're afraid to move into it and try to, take a piece of it to see if they don't know if it's going to have a defense mechanism or whatever. They just know this thing is orbiting the planet in a way that it shouldn't be orbiting. And the fact that it is giving off a signal that has been decoded as being the Epsilon Boötes constellation. But that's not a big deal. But the big deal about that is it's giving the location of the constellation where it was in the sky 13,000 years ago. So this thing potentially could be 13,000 years old. And so what I did was I created a documentary, which is coming out in June the 5th. It hits the movie theaters. This object is it's still moving around, still making its own course corrections. And it is still giving off a signal, and the signal is still giving off the location. When you look into the Sumerian tablets, you find out that Enlil owns the Epsilon Boötes constellation, the same constellation that this thing is saying it's from.
So that's probably one of his ships just up there chilling.
Yeah, it's his all-seeing eye. He had an all-seeing eye in the tablets. That's where they got it from for Lord of the Rings and all these things. The all-seeing eye came out the tablets. He had an all-seeing eye, so he could see what was going on the planet at all times. See, when you have a planet
that's
spinning,
why you consider it a satellite.
Yeah, satellite. When your planet is spinning on its as axis, and you have something orbiting this way, it's able to take scans of the planet in a way that can give you a view of the entire planet in so many hours, right? Versus doing this way, you can only get what's going around the equator. But when you do this way, you can see the entire planet. And so he had that all-seeing eye. And then what happened was Michio Kaku made an amazing statement that made me want to make this documentary. He said in Epsilon, it's about 10 years ago, there's a void. It's called the Epsilon Boötes void. It's the largest empty space inside of a constellation that they know of in the universe. He said, but it looks like light is bending around something. He said, this looks like a Type 1, Type 2 civilization that's cloaked in Epsilon. So when I found out about the signal coming from Epsilon, and Lil owns Epsilon in the Sumerian tablets, he's an Anunnaki, I said, I think this is all linked. And then I found cylinder scrolls that show the Black Knight in ancient cylinder scrolls. So all this is going in the documentary, which is coming out very soon.
Fascinating, man. I got one last thing to ask you about. You've searched through thousands of pictures from the Mars rover.
Yeah.
And you've actually found a face.
Face, anomalies.
Famous face, though.
Yeah.
On Mars.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that, brother.
Well, there's this object in Cydonia. Ironically, they call Cydonia on Mars, this area where there's this space and these pyramids. On Earth, Cydonia in ancient times is Cairo. So they really know what they're doing. They're hiding the truth in plain sight for us. But there's a gigantic 4-mile wide face there. And the face is right outside of a city, a pyramid city with a 5-sided pyramid. Now the city, the pyramids, and this other debris, which looks like a collapsed structure, is in a format which there's an angle of 19 degrees. Okay.
Now, before you go to arrive to your next thought process, most people don't know about the number 19, that there are phenomena all across the universe that are at angles of 19 degrees.
That's right.
Including Jupiter's red eye.
Yeah.
You're talking about Yellowstone Park, different volcanoes, all throughout the universe.
Yeah, that's true. And so this is 19-degree angles making this triangle, right, where these landmarks are on Cydonia on Mars. The face, the 5-sided pyramid, and this other area where it looks like a collapsed city. And so, Avebury in the UK on Earth, right by Stonehenge, you have this city there where there's these artificial structures built up from dirt, mounds they call them, and these paths through the land If you take that Avebury ordinance map from the city, which is downloadable online, and overlay it on Cydonia, where the face is located, it's a perfect match. So somebody on Earth mimicked what was already on Mars, but the only thing is this was like in the 1600s.
It was terraforming, you understand me, and replicating what was on Mars.
Yeah, that's what was happening.
Well, that's some interesting dynamics right there,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I think one thing about what we can all agree about this planet Earth is that we don't know everything.
No.
You understand me? And there are schools of mystery and thoughts of mystery that maybe remain mystery for all eternity.
Yeah.
You understand me? Or maybe we know, but we don't have verification. And the unfortunate aspect of now is that we need to verify everything so that it becomes evidence as fact.
Exactly.
Because I don't believe the Dogon people actually went to the constellations,
No.
you understand me, and mapped it out and then came back.
No.
I think that they had a connection and an intuitive knowing and understanding that was downloaded transferable knowledge, you understand me, and they didn't have any reason to question it. They wrote it down, this is what we seen, because this is what came to us.
Yeah.
Why would information come to a people who are pure, uncorrupted from all of the images, information, the information that we get now in society? When I tell you what's a picture of, you know, an alien, or picture of a mountain, or picture of this place, you're usually going through an image that you perceive as reality. What if the color corrected filter may never be what you actually think it is until you go and experience?
Right.
So unfortunately, we have all of this data and information in our head, which doesn't allow us to truly think like human beings connected to reality.
Yeah.
We are connected to the digital structures, and they inform us on what reality actually is. You know, but I wanted to jump off of Earth for a second, you understand me, look above and see things from a different dimension. And one thing that I do know is that I don't believe we have a beginning nor ending. You understand me? I think that the beauty of human soul and human spirit is that it is limitless. And we find different ways to go through experiences over and over and over. And I think that memories are too heavy to be carried over into whatever other phase that we exist throughout life as energy transfer.
Yeah.
So we go through those things consistently. But I believe that, you know, we are source, you understand me, which gives us that same power.
Yeah.
And that regardless of wherever you at on this planet Earth, whatever condition, level, system, you know, whatever you believe in, you have the power to produce change.
Yeah.
And that can be measured scientifically, it can be measured theologically, it can be measured spiritually. There's enough evidence, if you need it, to showcase that you have the power to change whatever condition that you are in on this planet Earth.
Yeah.
You understand me? And at the same time, we have to realize that there's a game being played on our backs. And the only way that it's going to change is if we stand up.
That's it.
You understand me? And we tap into that energy, that inner intelligence that allows us to rule over our spectrum of reality.
Yeah.
So, my brother, I appreciate you tapping into a high-level conversation.
Thank you.
You most definitely are an alien. And I appreciate your extraterrestrial presence.
Yeah, man.
You understand me? Can you please tell the people where they can find you?
Sure.
You understand me? And where they can tap into more of the knowledge that you have.
Definitely. Well, they can find me on forbiddenknowledge.tv.
Yeah.
It's the website. It's a streaming TV platform.
Yes, sir.
6,000 shows up there right now, 20,000 subscribers. Great platform if you want to go there and get a lot of knowledge-based content, conscious content, everything from cooking, yoga, esoteric wisdom teaching. My mystery school is up there, which you attended before in person. It's all up there on Forbidden Knowledge TV. And you can get my apps on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, the iOS Store, the Google Play Store, the Forbidden Knowledge TV app. And they can check it all out right there. Or they can go to forbiddenknowledge.com and see everything we have to offer.
There you have it, people. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Till next time, make sure you're not over-consumed by low-level conversations, because this was a high level. Tap in. I'm 19 Keys, and this is high-level conversation. Tap in with the guys.
Yeah.
Look at this icicle.
Cool. You good?
You're not taking that in the car either. Because then the water will get everywhere. Like what? Look at Mama.
Daddy.
What?
Mom said that she's going to get more updates tomorrow because this is the last one of them.
That's fine, baby.
Tell Jacob.
Alright.
What?
Hello?
Do you gotta go potty?
No.
You going to tell Dad potty?
Love you. Have a good day. I love you, baby. Be careful.